And I am here. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We've got the webcam. We've got the scene change. There's that. Let's see. Yeah, hi. Time to art. So I'm gonna do this. So first of all, I guess what I always do. This is what I did last stream. I always try to do a little recap. I liked it. I mean, the colors are insane. Like they're not normal colors, but I think it has a nice mood. I feel this kind of art, sometimes when I look at like more nuanced art, with more nuanced color palettes, more realistic, there's like subtlety in color and light and how it all interplays. There is something, this feels a little, I don't know what the right word is, a little heavy-handed, a little over the top. Is garish a word? That's a word. I don't really know what it means, but I feel like that might be the right word. But I do like this stuff. I like this a lot. I like how it looks, but I think there is like this part of me that itches to do more like, based on real lighting and I don't know. It something like that. But that's not what we're doing today. Today, I have decided to paint well, let's see. Do I want vertical? It would make no sense not to paint vertically, I think. Because I'm going to paint, so I have a plan. My big plan for today is to paint essentially an illustration, except it's also part concept art because it hasn't really been done before. I don't know. I'm kind of designing it, but it's mostly illustration of like a giant witch's tower in Minecraft. So it's going to be a thing that I'm actually going to build or am currently building, kind of. So it already has like a shape. So I'm not really designing all of it, but I'm definitely going to take some liberties. So that's what I'm going to do today. I don't have here. I haven't prepared anything. Let me open up PureRef so I can grab the things that I need. I did take some screenshots. So last stream, I didn't even have screenshots. Rowan the Roo, long time no see. How's it going? So I think last time I didn't do this because I hadn't even taken the screenshots. And so now I have at least some screenshots. So I'm going to open those up in just a moment. Let's see, how do I get them? Open images. And then I should just be able to go here and click on these. Are you sure you want to move them to a recycle bin? No. I want to open them. There we go. Perfect. So this is what we have so far. It's very, very basic. Just literally like also, it's funny that it looks angled. It's not. It is directly up and down. It's the fisheye-ness of it. Anyway. But it's going to be a Minecraft tower. That's the form of it so far. It's going to be massive, but it's going to not just be that, like, that's just the structural base of it. But it's going to be, there's going to be a gradient, and also it's going to have these as, like, the colors, kind of. Anyway, it's pretty straightforward. Going fine. How are you? And I'm usually around. Just don't leave me lurk too often. Ah, gotcha. Well, I very much appreciate it. I'm doing well. I think I'm doing well. Yeah, no, I'm doing well. Also, my camera's weirdly off center. Hold on. That's worse. Why? I think what's wrong? Hold on. How am I shifting? Is my table shifting? Is my chair shifting? I don't know what's going on. But anyway, yeah, no, I'm doing good. Today's a pretty, I just woke up, so I'm kind of, my head is trying to understand how to wake up also, but no, I'm good. I'm good. I think what I'm going to do is close this. Do you have plans for Halloween? No. Oh, yes, we do. In fact, yes, there are so not really for Halloween, but in 5 days, 5 days from today, there is a sketch exchange, Secret Santa style. Everybody is welcome, and it is on the 25th, which is a Saturday. It is in 5 days from now, next Saturday. And yeah, and you're invited. You, all of you, everybody. Um, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's we've done things just like this before, even Halloween themed ones. But basically, it's a Secret Santa style sketch exchange. Everybody enters with a prompt, and then I shuffle up the names, and you'll get someone's name, and you'll sketch their prompt, and someone will get your name, and they'll sketch your prompt. And it's just kind of it's a challenge where nobody knows what they're gonna paint until beforehand, and everybody gets to see their Halloweeny themed ideas painted. So if it's like, dinosaurs in ghost costumes trick-or-treating, or, whatever. It could be like vampires having I don't know, a party. It could be anything. It doesn't, it doesn't even have to be technically Halloween themed. It could also just be autumn themed. It could be like harvest festival type stuff. It could be, pumpkins and pumpkin spice and, fallen leaves, anything that around those vibes. A rainy day with. It really doesn't matter. I'm, yeah. So anything. But yeah, everybody's welcome. All skill levels. Anybody and everyone. Do I hand out candy? Are there no toters in your area? Oh no, I don't hand out candy. There's nobody trick-or-treaters toters. There's no there's some trick-or-treaters, but I live in like a closed apartment building where the doors to get into the complex are locked, and so you have to have a key to even enter the building. So there's no trick-or-treaters that come by my place. Thankfully, kind of. I don't know. On one hand, it would, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I miss it or don't miss it, but yeah, no trick-or-treaters. I'll probably do something later that evening though. What day is it? I don't even know. I think it's like a Monday. No. Well, what day is it? Is a Friday. So the 31st is a Friday. So yeah, I don't know what I'll be doing. I mean, I won't be here streaming, right? So I might walk around my downtown and see all the trick-or-treaters. Because there's a bunch of, there's like a trick-or-treating circuit kind of where they go to like businesses. In our town, for some reason, like, I don't know if they even go to people's houses. I'm sure there are some, but mostly it's like a downtown event, which is kind of weird in a way. Like, it's businesses. It's turned into like businesses trying to get more people to know that they exist. I don't know, it's weird. But I might go and just like look at all the costumes and stuff, because people like to dress up and stuff. But I don't know, I don't really have any real plans. But I do like, I'm sure I'll buy some discount candy though the day after. Discount candy is always good. It's the best. It tastes better than non-discount candy. Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna do this, so I'm just gonna start making shapes. Also, why can't I... Oh, there we go. Let's make shapes. The first one is gonna be real... Actually, I was gonna say it's gonna be real basic. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's start out with like a dark background? Light background? I don't know. I am tempted to do like a nighttime scene, but I don't think that's gonna work. I think we're gonna have to do daytime scene. I don't know. I'm just gonna paint. Just gonna paint and chill and see where this takes me. Do I have a favorite candy? Ooh, I probably... I mean, I could make like a candy tier list. I think there are some candies are definitely better than others. I think there's probably quite a few that are, I would be overjoyed. Not an overjoy. I'm just using that word because, or not. But yeah, I'd be overjoyed to have certain candies, and other candies are like, eh. You just kind of end up with them. They're always the last ones that you eat out of your bag. Those, I don't know. But let's see. My favorite candies, probably... I don't eat much candy, first of all. But, yeah, my favorite... I mean, anything that's, like, just chocolate is amazing. It's hard to go wrong with just chocolate candies. you know, I think as far as Halloween candies, Smarties and those fruit roll no Tootsie Rolls, I feel like are bottom tier. They just kind of suck. I don't know. Maybe Tootsie Rolls aren't terrible. I think they suck. Tootsie Rolls and I don't know. I'm trying to think of. It's easier for me to think of the bad stuff, the stuff that I don't like. Sucker Pops, not a fan of Sucker Pops. Hard candies, not typically a hard candy fan. Um, but if it's like, you know, Kit Kats and chocolates with like nuts or something in them, those are great. Uh, any of the like paydays are amazing candy. I'm trying to think. What's like S tier candies? Some people don't like what do you call it? Some people don't like paydays. I like paydays. I'm trying to think of like what are the candies for me that are like top. I don't know. I think in general, the more like just pure sugar a candy is, the less I like it. If it has like a chocolate base or a nut base or even peanut butter flavored, like, and I'm not even a big peanut butter fan, but like that pretty much is gonna make it better than just the pure sugar candies. You know, the pure suckers, the Smarties, the those kinds of things. They're just purely sugar in a different shape with a slightly different color. Maybe they have sprinkles, maybe it doesn't. Like those to me all are the same and they all kind of suck. I don't like them. Uh, they just, I don't know. They all blend together in my head of like what they are and they don't have a strong identity. I don't know. I've never really been a fan of those. What about you? Do you do you guys feel the same? Like sugar candies are less good than like chocolate candies? I don't know. That's how I am. Maybe I'm wrong though. I love Kinder stuff. See, we don't really have those. I mean, we do kind of. We kind of have Kinder stuff, but not really. We have like, you know, I guess technically we have Kinder eggs, and then we have like Kinder Joys or whatever they call them, something else. But really, it's not like we only have two types, and I don't think they sell very well. Nobody buys them. They're a little overpriced, and they're I don't know. Yeah, it's a more well. There was a time in the U.S. where they were actually banned. Maybe they're still banned, and maybe we have like special versions. You know how like with like Fanta or Fanta, however you want to say it, like the you know the orange delicious drink. Apparently, in like different countries where they have different regulations of what ingredients can be used, it's just made differently. Apparently, so you have like Fanta in the UK is gonna taste different than Fanta in the US because they're abiding by different like rules and health regulations. And so I would not be surprised if the American Kinder eggs or whatever are different from European ones because I remember I think it was back in the like early 2000s or something, maybe even before that or after that, I don't know. Uh I think Kinder eggs were banned. They were banned in the US because of some arbitrary law that basically was to prevent non-food going into food. So like, you know, you couldn't make I don't know, a peanut you couldn't make like an M&M cookie with plastic M&Ms, right? Because that's dangerous for children to eat a bunch of plastic. But because of the law, I think I could be wrong on this, but this is the way that I heard it. But because of the writing of the law, Kinder eggs, which contained a plastic toy, obviously not to eat and nobody would eat them, but because of the way they were made or because of the way they were branded, that violated this particular rule. And so for a long time they were banned in the US, and I think it was competitors, as from what I heard, it was competitors pushing for like to uphold this law, and well, technically the law says this, and so you couldn't have Kinder stuff in the US. I don't think that's the case anymore. I mean, we have Kinder eggs in the US, but I don't know if they're the same. So I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was if it wasn't quite the same. But I don't know. I don't know. I've never really had one. So what do you like about Kinder candies? Like, do you actually like the toy inside, or like what? To me, it just feels like that would be annoying. Oh, we have somebody on YouTube popping in. Hello, person on YouTube. Hello, hello. Also, for some reason. There we go. Lighty. Hello, I don't speak that language. But hello. I mean, ni hao is hello. Wo shi lighty is probably I am lighty. And ni kenma is probably how are you? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Just based on common phrases. But no, I am doing well. Always nice to have people over on YouTube chatting. Rowan says, I like the chocolate. Also, I wonder if this works. Does this... I tried something. Skittle, remember how we were talking about combining, which is totally not legal, which is why I don't do it? We were talking about combining chat. Oh, see? Look. Look. I don't know if it's readable. I got it working. Totally. It's too small to read, though. If I make it like this, you can read it. But it's not very clear. I need an opaque background or something. And also, I don't know how to make it so it's a better width. But yeah, I don't know if I like it. It's a little tiny. It's hard to see. But so long as there's somebody chatting on YouTube, I should probably include it. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure what I know I was saying that I wasn't going to do that. I don't know. I'm so waffly on this. Like, there's pros and cons either way. You know what? Let's not. Let's go back to... this. This will work. I think that'll work. Yeah, I can't respond to non-English stuff, though. And in fact, I'm just going to remove chat for now. Yeah, but no, I can't, yeah, I can't respond. So, anyway. But I hope you're doing well. I hope everybody's doing well. All right. So, yeah, my plan for today is to basically do... Here, let's just remove that totally. My plan for today is basically to do, like, a Minecraft illustration / concept art of this. So this is a giant tower I'm building. Obviously, it's undetailed. The colors and textures and everything are not here. Even the silhouette is not in place. But it's going to have, like... This is a better version of it. It's going to have, like, a floating thing. Maybe 2 floating little islands here. And then it's going to have, like, a broken part in the middle. Maybe it'll be, like, blocks and stuff will be, you know, different colors. These are kind of the block palette, I think. But, yeah, that's kind of what I'm going to do. It's super rough right now. It's just literally building it with, like, basic materials. It looks cool. Yeah! Again, Lighty, I can't respond on... I don't speak... yeah, I don't speak that language. Technically, with Twitch is fine with it as long as YouTube side doesn't have something that the Twitch side doesn't. Their terms are just weird and double standardy. Oh, are they actually allowed? Wait, so... Well, no, they're both the same platform. What do you mean? They wouldn't have something that the Twitch side doesn't. I'm streaming to the same place, right? But yeah, anyway, I don't really... but yeah, it doesn't really matter. But anyway, so that's kind of what I'm going to do, is I'm just going to do like a basic sketch of what this is going to look like. And then I don't know, I might just play around maybe with angle of it, maybe with different stuff. I think, you know, we can put some like fallen parts on the ground. There can be, one of these is going to be high, one of them is going to be low. I'll probably need to change it so that it actually feels like it's a tall tower. Today you are thumbnailing. Very curious what you will make from... Well, yeah, it's basically going to be an illustration, but I'm going to try and make it look cool. And I'm going to try and color it and, make it look more like the vision. So the only thing we have, so let me find it real quick. Hopefully I don't have to, I'm not going to try not to share my Discord, because I gotta go through a different server's Discord. Oh, I'm not even on Discord. 1 second. Black screen. Don't mind me. But yeah, someone else, one of our moderators, Kath, did a sketch. So I can show you the OG sketch for the Minecraft tower. It was her vision. She is the one who wanted to build this, and it's kind of turned into like a community project in a way. I haven't asked her if I can share this, but I don't think it would be bad. Let me just go like that. So this is the OG sketch. This is the original. It's basically just a tower that's broken bits. It goes outward. There's some floaty island thingies. Maybe they're floating. I mean, it's technically this whole top part's floating. Then we decided that maybe another one would come off the side, because when we actually started building it and got to this stage, we realized it would look better if it had like small, medium, large, multiple shapes. And so we're kind of just winging it. We don't really have much to go on. We kind of picked some blocks that we thought would look cool and talked about some ideas, but there's nothing to like really guide our, if we were to bring someone else in to help build it, they wouldn't know what we're doing, because a lot of it is we've talked about it, but we haven't really there's nothing to see. And so other than, the original sketch, which is, again, as our ideas change, it's not much to go on. So this is sort of where we are right now with it, and that's why I'm just going to do a little sketch. So yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know quite how it's going to work out. It might end up looking terrible. It might just be the same as the original or worse, but I think a big part of it is going to be the colors and how we have like vines and different things, sort of like some bit of there's a splash of color that's going to be involved, and also a bit of a gradient from top to bottom. You know what? I'm actually thinking, maybe, do we want this vertical? I actually don't know. I don't know if I want this vertical or not. I'm trying to think. I mean, vertical makes more sense, right? Because then we can... Right, with vertical, we get more real estate. But it might be harder to show, like, stuff behind it. Show scale a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, we could see what we want to do. But yeah, today I am kind of thumbnailing. I don't even know if I'm going to be thumbnailing today. I might not, actually. It may just be a one and done sketch kind of thing. But I think these, for example, will be kind of organic. Some of these I'll want larger and smaller. Right now, I think actually... Hold on, let's do this. Let's copy this whole thing. I like the idea, it's fun. I like how you can... So, there are some... yeah, so, I mean, this isn't me coming... This is, it's kind of... It's more like a collab, I guess. It's very much where both, we've, Why can't I stretch this? Oh, there we go. But yeah, I thought it would be fun to have like maybe a color guide, because we haven't really talked too much about like where the colors are gonna be, or I mean we have talked a little bit. There's a little bit about like the logic of the thing. So like the bright colors are gonna be, so the idea is like an explosion in like an alchemist's lab or something maybe has broken this tower apart, and so it's sort of destroyed. And so even down at the bottom, we were thinking that maybe we would have what it's called skulk. For those who don't know Minecraft, there's this like this kind of sparkly bluish block, like this one up top. Wait, can you guys see that? I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, there's this one, this blue and black, or this dark blue with like a lighter greenish color. That and this are what's called skulk, and they have like this shimmery quality to them. They almost look like a I don't know. They're kind of sparkly, and they're different. They're a little bit different than like a normal gray block palette, right? These are like normal Minecraft blocks, and then those, well, not all of them. Some of them are not skulk, but some of them are just like other things. But anyway, the idea is like that skulky material is gonna be like an explosion happened or something, and maybe it's like growing out of the broken parts of the tower. So like maybe where the parts here are, maybe there's like, you know, like a darker area here, some of this stuff's there, maybe there's some vines hanging down, like these greenish vines, maybe around like, you know, maybe there's like a hole exploded in the bottom, and there's going to be like think of like a little cave, and maybe that cave is like, you know, has some of this skulk flowing out of it, kind of. So that's kind of the idea. And then from there, there's going to be basically a gradient of darker blocks to lighter blocks to maybe help with the scale and so that's kind of that's sort of all we've really talked about. We have a little bit of, you know, color vibe going, but not really much. You know, these floating things have like broken off, or some of them have maybe. So maybe there's some additional ones down below with some more, you know, old ruined areas down below. There's going to be trees here, or right now there's trees, but maybe there's, you know, maybe they've cleared away and there's like ruins down here as well where the things have fallen. So something like that. That's sort of like what we've talked about. But as far as how it looks, a lot of it's still up in the air. Like, what exactly is the roof looking at? Like, you know, is it bigger? Which I think we did talk about having a giant roof. Some doors. But yeah, other than that, we haven't really done much to figure it out. So it's fun. I think this is a fun way to do it, where like you're basically planning something and then you try to make it in real life. I don't know. I like it. It's a nice way to bridge art and, well, I guess it's still art, but art and art, or art and games. But again, I don't know if this is gonna look great. You know, I think it will, like, especially in game once we start making it, because we're gonna do a lot of like, you know, textures and, you know, things to make this more interesting. You know, maybe there's little areas that have been chipped out, or you know, I don't know. You know, we could do lots of stuff. Like, I could imagine something like that, where we have, like, this one is being broken. And maybe actually this is intact. But then maybe this one over here is broken. And maybe this bridge is intact over here, but then this tower on the end of the bridge is actually the broken one. So maybe it's something like this. Or something, you know, and then maybe down here we have, underneath it, we have like a giant, the top of the roof is, you know, down there or something. Like, that'd be kind of fun. But yeah, the neat thing is, this is kind of, I mean, you know, it really is just a blank canvas, and we can do whatever we want with it. And so, like, this is the environment right now, and there's a giant mountain over here, which sort of overshadows the thing, or actually, this thing almost overshadows the mountain. But like, we can do whatever we want. You know, we can clear stuff. We can reshape the land. If we wanted a mountain in the background, we could. Although I don't think we're gonna do any major terraforming, so this is probably gonna be pretty flat with some trees down here. But maybe the trees will go away. I don't know. We could. So yeah, that's kind of the vision so far. But again, maybe I'll change it and I'll do an iteration or two of it today. Although we've only started with the skeleton of it, so it's not like there's, you know, we actually have already rebuilt this once. Our plan. Actually, I can show you. I don't know if you guys actually care about this, but our plan is to eventually bring this inward in some spots and maybe build outward here. And then wherever, like, we haven't even built this part yet, but from there we can, I mean, I should probably be doing this right from the start, is just painting over it. But, you know, then from here we can start, actually, let's do that. Maybe. But yeah, from here, then we would just build things up, and maybe if we want to change the silhouette, we can. If we want to make this bigger, we can. But it's all kind of from this base, right? If we want to change, you know, we're going to do a lot of different block palettes probably, so these will all change. You know, we'll change this stuff and that. We'll change stuff up here, right? So a lot of stuff's going to change. So, but that's kind of the idea, is that we're taking this. Also, it's still very crooked. But this is our skeleton, and we're just going to build it up. But yeah, so gonna work a little bit on figuring out what I want it to look like. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. Let's do this. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. I don't know if I just want to paint just the tower, or if I want to add other stuff, or I haven't really figured out how I want to do it. And maybe a different angle. The only problem with a different angle is that in the game you can't really, it doesn't really look good from below, at least not yet. There's probably some good ways to do it, but I gotta think about this. So yeah, this is what the stream's gonna be, is me figuring things out. The only thing I don't like, well, maybe it's not, I think from a graphical point of view, it's hard to, it reminds me a little bit of the Witch's Tower in Entangled, where it's sort of tucked away in the middle of, like, the mountains, and so you don't get these, like, super amazing viewpoints of it, right? It's not like it's up on a hill and there's a tower, right? Like, you don't have that, right? There's not like a long winding path up to this mountain peak with the tower on top. Like, it's none of that. It's more like you can't really see it from too far because there's hills in here and it's sort of in the middle. But like, it's a cool vibe when you're there, but it's hard to make it super, like, graphically amazing or appealing, kind of. I don't know. It's not that tucked away, but it's a little bit tucked away in the mountains. And then it's kind of in, like, this flat valley area, which isn't bad, but it's, I guess we can always put stuff behind it, right? We can show some of the mountains behind it. That's a thing I can do. Mountains, maybe some of the snowy mountains over here. Also, that'll be nice for compositional elements, sort of. Yeah, that'll be kind of fun. Maybe some more green. Again, I don't know how much green we want down there. I know right now there will be green because we haven't done anything, but we can always change that. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. How did the weekend go? I know yesterday I canceled the video watching thing. I was just so dang tired. I don't know. It's like Sunday is really my only day to sleep. Not that I'm like super busy or anything, but just sometimes throughout the week, because of work and other things, like I feel like I don't, like if I don't get good sleep, I don't have time. I can't just sleep in, right? I can't sleep until I'm no longer tired. So if I'm tired, then I have to get up, and sucks for me, you know? And then the next night, if I don't sleep well, then I'm really screwed. And so up until Sunday is like the only day where I can make sure that I can get a good night's rest from Sunday into Monday. And that's kind of what it's Sunday after I came home from work, which is normally when I do the video watching thing. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to sleep. Is good sleeping weather? It is good sleep. Good sleeping weather. It is. It is indeed. I like a good sleep. Sleeping is nice. Let's see. I'm trying to think of... like how... like scale-wise, I'm trying to think, how do I show this? Maybe I make it smaller. My only issue is if I make it too small... See, I don't think this is the right angle for this thing. So if we're just talking graphically, I think it would be better to show it farther away. But yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna have to do a lot of playing around with this. It might be nice to include those mountains. They don't have to be there. But like, do we want a foreground? I don't know. There is a little bit of like a lead-in over here. Or not over here, over here. We could have. Sort of like, well, you can't really see it, but like maybe there's a foreground there. Something like that. And then of course the trees. I don't know. The options are endless. I'll probably play around more. Can we talk about how you're changing colors so quickly? Am I? Yeah, we can. Sometimes I'm picking them from down here. Also, oh, let me read Recriner's thing. I should be reading, oh, hi, Recriner. How, good sleeping weather, difficult waking up weather. True. Very true, Stoic. Also, hi, Stoic. And hi, Recriner. And Kitty Craftsy. Hello. And everybody. I don't know why I didn't say people's names earlier and greet you all like a normal human being. But Recriner says, I should be reading, but I'm tempted to start writing more letters for your epistolary project. Epistolary equals story told through documents such as letters instead of description and dialogue. Okay, so like World War Z. No, World War Z is the only thing I know of that story that I've read that's like that, I think. It's obviously fantasy, so it is still storytelling. It's obviously more carefully crafted, but it's basically just like the book is literally like journal entries, I think. Like basically found journal entries from a bunch of people and telling their sort of how their life is in this world, and it sort of builds a picture, which is, I think, maybe, is that kind of what it is? Bram Stoker's Dracula is epistolary. That's a hard word for me to say. Epistolary as well. Okay, gotcha. Okay, and then Stoic says, can we talk about how you're changing colors so quickly? I don't know that I am, but the way that I change color is by hitting Alt. So if I have a color on the screen, I can just pick it. So if I want that color over here, I can pick it, right? If I'm mixing colors, I can grab that new color and I can do that. Or I can pick a darker color, or I hit Alt and I grab a dark color. If I want an orange, I can go up to orange and just pick an orange, and then I can pick a new color after I mix the oranges. So maybe orange and blue will give me this color. So I do a lot of color picking. Especially at this stage when I'm more focused on values. I think that's probably leading to me... I have a hunch. And I also have a hunch that you don't... This is not actually a surprise for you, Stoic, but you're just asking questions because you're trying to encourage good stream chatter. But I will answer it anyway, as if you don't know. When I'm painting, I try to mostly think of values. So even... Okay, yeah, but even when I have colors on screen, I'm not being precious about it, so I'm spending very little time worrying about what color I'm picking, because I'm not really worried about the color. So even though I'm using color, that's not where my brain's at. So I'm just picking basically darkness and lightness. If I want to darken my color, or whatever paint is on my paintbrush, metaphorically, digitally speaking, I will just pick a darker color. It doesn't matter which color, just as long as it's darker. Or if I want to lighten something, I'll pick a lighter color. Doesn't really matter which color, as long as it's lighter. So that's kind of how I do it. So I think that speeds up the mental process there. So sometimes when I'm shifting colors really quick, it might look like it's going really quickly, but it's really just yeah, anyway, it's quite straightforward. Dog Will Hunt, how's it going? Hello, Dog Will Hunt. Welcome in with the Raiders. How is your stream? Thank you for bringing your community over. How are you? Also, this would look better if it were away from us. If one of these were away from us. Dog Will Hunt Raid. Hey, what's up, man? I'm great. How about you? I am doing well. My day is good. We are painting. I'm gonna call it an illustration. I think concept art is a little bit disingenuous, but basically somewhere between concept art and an illustration of or for Minecraft. It's in a world, a private world that I'm. It's not mine, but it's that I'm a part of, and a friend of mine, one of our moderators, did a sketch of a build that they would like to do, and the build was this. I can show their sketch, I think. I didn't ask them, but here's their sketch. Very, very loose sketch. And then we started painting, and then we started just building it. And so we have, like, the structural base of this thing that we are gonna build, but it's still so rough, and we don't really have, we don't know where any texture or detail or the shapes and where we want to build things or how we want to build it. There's a lot of stuff not done, right? And so I thought it would be fun to sort of fill out the vision, if you will, take the stuff that we have and basically say, here's what we could do to it. So yeah, that might be a thing. So that's kind of what I'm doing today, just playing around. But it's mostly illustration, because I don't think we pretty much have talked about stuff, and I think we're pretty much on the same page. So it doesn't feel like I'm doing a lot of the designing here, which is fine. So I'm mostly just more designing the painting and trying to come up with, make a painting that looks cool, and sort of combine everything we've talked about into a single painting. And also, I'll probably do some wacky stuff with the, with the lighting. Maybe it'll be green, or I don't know. Who knows what I'll do? I might add some other stuff in here. It doesn't have to be faithful. It's not like it's not like it's concept art that will for sure be used. And so I'm just kind of, I can play around with it. I have lots of liberties. And I think it's going to be fun. But yeah, what were you doing? Art tax, as always. By the way, you never need to wait for me to ask you for art tax. If I ever am rambling and get carried away and forget to ask, you are more than welcome to share when you raid. I would love to see what you were doing or to know what you were doing. So yeah, what were you doing today? And then we're gonna have maybe have like an old staircase that goes around here. Something like that, maybe? I don't know if it's gonna be brown, but that'll work. Maybe we get some blues in there. Yeah, I'm not trying to be picky about this right now. Just trying to make some shapes and make some stuff feel nice, kinda. I don't know. This feels a little symmetrical. I don't like that. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. You said you weren't... Dog Will Hunt says, I wasn't doing all that much today, to be honest. Nothing really to show. No worries. We talked a lot about different traditions around Halloween and Christmas from different cultures. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about different traditions. All I know is that every time I hear about Krampus traditions, where they have, like, parades where they snatch children, put them in bags, and then beat them with a stick... That is always wild to me, that is a thing. And they don't really, you know, it's not like they're set out to injure. It's like with little twigs or something. But it's still just, I don't know. I feel like that would not fly in the US. That would not be okay. So that was kind of fun. I don't really know much about Halloween traditions, though. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do away with this now, and let's do a different sketch. I mean, there's only so many ways I can paint a giant tower, but maybe we do one from above. We could do that, and then maybe we'd paint some... I don't know if this is going to look good. I mean, we won't really be able to see much. Maybe we'll go lighter up top. We could do something like this, where we see the tippy top of the tower. And then over here, we see, like, one of the spires. The small ones. Like floating. That won't look as good though, because now we can't tell how tall it is, right? That's not gonna look as... I think this kind of perspective is gonna be out. I don't think, you know, that might work as purely an illustration if we were telling a story and we had already established, hence the term establishing shot. If we had an establishing shot to show sort of what the thing that we're looking at is, and then you zoom in and now you're up here and you're looking down at the structure, like, that might work. But I don't think for an image that's kind of trying to pull double duty here, where it's trying to do some design showing and make it an illustration, I think this is not going to work, unfortunately. It's not going to show the things I want it to show. I think that's something that's really tough in art, and it's some... I still maybe not frequently. I don't... Sometimes when I have, like, very concrete ideas in my head about what I want to paint, I run into this problem where I have ideas that are kind of conflicting. I think it was like a couple years ago. Somebody gave a prompt in here where it was like the view of being on from a person's view, they're on a mountain, on the peak of a mountain, looking at another mountain, right? And there is a road, a path that winds down this mountain and goes up like this, right? How do you illustrate that from the perspective of a person on the mountain? Well, you can't, because when you're on the mountain, you don't see the mountain you're on, right? All you see is like maybe a path, and maybe you can kind of tell you're up high because you're looking down at the other mountain, but like you don't really know what's happening here because the scale is so zoomed in that all you can see is outward, you know. So like it's a very like I can explain it and I can show you this sort of establishing shot, but it's very hard to show it from the perspective of a person, right? Because once you start drawing that environment, like what do you see? You see a mountain in the distance and you have a foreground in your foreground, but like, you know, a plant is like this big when you're a person, you know? It's like you don't know that they're on a mountain. You know, this thing might look far away. Like you can see one of them. Anyway, so I find that's a problem that happens fairly frequently, is where like you have this idea of like, oh, what if you're up on top of this super tall tower, you're looking down, it's like, okay, great. You don't see the tower you're on. Like your feet are in the way, you know? It's like how do you see the whole thing? And so it's hard. That this is where movies, you know, they use establishing shots. They'll zoom out, they'll show you the full thing to give you the vision sort of, and they zoom in and they can show the two characters walking down the road or whatever, but you already have context for where they are, right? And so it's both kind of a nice trick because then they don't actually have to have the whole set. They can just do a quick establishing shot and then they can have you in a studio or something. But it's also just better for storytelling. And so that's kind of the struggle here when you're doing something really big, is like how far out do you want it zoomed? Because if it's too far out, it's hard to do any like details and, you know, maybe that the stuff that you actually wanted to show. And so I find that's a constant struggle. I don't know if you guys run into that. But most of the time when I'm doing like my own stuff, I don't have that problem because I don't have some big grandiose vision. I'm kind of making up as I go. So I'm not really thinking about all the parts at once. I'm kind of thinking about what's on the page and what is going to be shown. But yeah. But glad your stream was went well, Dog Will Hunt. I always liked different like cultures and their holidays and different things. I always thought that was great. There's so many cool and fun and just also weird traditions out there. And I'll say weird. And it's not to say that other cultures are more weird than mine. Nope. Just every culture has its weird stuff. Is weird to the now, especially to outsiders, it's weird. Yeah, I don't think I want to do something like that. Although what we could do is what if the tower were back here and we were on like one of the side posts? So this was like not the tower. This was like the broken bit. And like we have a broken bit out here. Maybe it's not broken. Something like that. This is the tower, or a tower. I feel like that would look better in the middle, maybe. But then over here, something like that, maybe. And then this would be down here. We would go kind of faded downward because it's far away. I mean, this doesn't show much though, right? This shows very little. Which again, same problem as before. But you know, this is where this is more illustration than concept art, because maybe like that. I mean, that's a nicer composition. I feel like it feels better. Yeah, that feels better. And then this is broken. So we have that broken area down here where it cuts all the way through. Like this, and you have all this broken tower bits all around. See, this isn't bad. I think we could do a view like this, where you can't actually see the whole thing, but you can see the part that matters. That might be the way to do it. And then down here, yeah, you know what? I like that better. That is just a better view. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. Obviously, you know, I want to think about the logistics of it. So, like, if this were, at one point, if this were going to be a walkway, and then there's going to be a tower here, I'll need to make sure that there's, like, an opening here where that walkway went. Because, you know, that's what the walkway was for. So there would have been a hole in the wall that you can walk through, known as a doorway. So, yeah. But I think in general, that'll be okay. And then maybe here we start to bump out and we don't actually see the rest of the thing up here, but that's fine. And then down here, there'd be little tiny trees because we're super far away from everything. I don't even know if we'd be able to see the trees. Little tiny things. I still think having like something that's fallen down on the ground, I won't be able to show it. But it would be kind of nice to have something like that. Nah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, that's something like that could work. It's always weird to cut off parts of like a tower when the main tower has this, you know, basically this nice top part that is arguably it's the focal point of the tower, right? It's always weird to cut it off when you're like doing something like this, but it's like, well, I don't really want it to be the focal point because I want these things to be and this thing to be, right? We have all these competing things. Hello, this is looking great. Thanks. Yeah, this is kind of a Minecraft concept art / illustration for a build that I'm making with some friends. And we have like a very rough sketch of it, but we haven't actually planned it out too much, and so we're kind of just winging it. And I thought, you know what, let's do a sketch, or you know, a little painting of it. Maybe we can figure out some colors. Maybe we can, you know, figure stuff out a bit more, maybe a bit more in terms of like color palette. I mean, we already know color palette a little bit, but you know, where the colors are gonna be. Maybe there's some additional stuff. So yeah. So let's slap in some mood lighting. Yeah, it's fun. I don't know if other people here care about Minecraft, but it's you know, it's a fun sort of creative medium in a way. And sometimes when you're building something, you need to know what you're building beforehand. And so doing art is a nice way to sort of sketch it out, figure out what you're doing. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing here, is just sort of playing around with stuff, and yeah. I love Minecraft. I keep going back to it. Yeah, I do too every once in a while. It's fun to kind of have, like, especially with updates. I'm sort of like in that game, or really in most games in general, I tend to be like a collector of sorts, where like I like to, if Minecraft comes out with a new update where they introduce a new animal or a new weapon or a new, new blocks or new content, I like to go in, find that new thing, play around with it, collect it basically, bring it back to my base that I've made, and sort of just keep adding, just go and explore the new stuff. And over time, you kind of, you have, like, I have this world that I am building up on my own, but also one with some friends. And, we don't like play all the time, but it's, that 2 week Minecraft phase is a very real thing. You go in, you play a bunch, and then you kind of like, all right. Like, I think a thing for me, a big thing is like, because it's so open ended, you have to be the one to like self motivate, because the game's not going to tell you what to do, right? Because it's sort of a sandbox game. And so you kind of, very similar to, when people talk about being, inspired to do something, like, oh, when inspiration strikes, that to me is what the 2 week Minecraft phase. You get inspired to play Minecraft, you go in, you play it, and then you do the things you wanted to do, probably, or maybe you get bored because maybe you bit off more than you can chew, and then you're no longer inspired and you quit. And then at some point you get inspired to play. Right? It feels more like the inspiration life cycle than it does, and I don't know if that's actually why that happens, but it feels like that a little bit, where it's a little bit on and off, and you go back to it, and then you start a thing and you get super pumped up about all these things you can try, and, oh, I want to do this, I want to build that, I want to do, whatever. And then you're like, I did it, I did enough of it, I got my fill. And to me, that's like in a painting, right? Where I might get really pumped up about a painting, and then I'll do my initial sketch. Hey, Ronnie the Zombie says, hello, beautiful people. Hello, Ronnie. Hope you're doing well today. Just like in a painting, though, sometimes I'll do my initial sketches, like on every single stream that I do. I'll get to this stage, and I'm like, it's good enough. It's a picture. Do I feel like I need to render the dragon? No, I'm not inspired to do that. I don't need to. I think it does a good enough job, and so I'll call it quits. And maybe someday I'll come back and be like, oh, I really wish I would have rendered this thing and made it look nicer. But no, thanks. Yeah, no, this is what we did last stream. It's very blue and very green. Lots of very vibrant color. It might be a little too vibrant, not very realistic colors, but it was fun. And then before that, we did this. This is the thing we did a couple streams ago. And of course, with these, we always do a whole bunch of thumbnails, sketching little ideas with different color palettes, different vibes, and then, so yeah, we do a lot of that stuff. For anyone who's new here and is curious what I do and maybe why, a lot of just idea exploration, having fun, playing around. Don't typically have a project going on. Sometimes we have a theme, or like today, where I have a little bit of direction in terms of what I want to achieve. But most of the time, it's literally just 8 unconnected sketches, or 9, or however many we want to do. If they're in landscape format, they're typically about 9 of them, although we don't always do 9. Normally, we've been doing like 6 at a time, because I've been a little slow. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Can I ask how you learned digital painting? I mean, slowly? Is that an answer? Slowly? I would say, I think it happened in a few parts. So part 1 was like baby me learning a little bit of like what drawing is. And so I think in like 7th grade, I learned a little bit of perspective. I kind of started to take an interest into art, but I didn't really learn much. I just kind of knew about some stuff, but I had never digital painted. I didn't even know it was a thing. Actually, it probably wasn't a thing when I was 8, or however young I was when or in 8th grade or whatever. But I think the first step was just having an interest in art. And then Luna Marion, how's it going? Hello, hello. Let's see. So first step was having an interest in learning some things about art. I think, but that kind of carried on. So even throughout after college, I basically wasn't painting at all until after college is when I really took an interest in learning. And then from there, I did a lot of pencil drawing and stuff on like traditional on paper. And so I was learning art, right? That was the first thing. So the fundamentals and my knowledge of like how to draw in perspective, that was separate from the tool that I was using, right? I wasn't using like line tools and perspective grids. It was pretty much just learning those things on their own. I wasn't great at it though, but anyway, then I got interested in digital. That was from like, YouTubers like Fang Zhu and that's pretty much it. Fang Zhu made me want to learn digital painting. But from there, sorry if I'm telling the story very poorly. I found a YouTube channel called Level Up with an exclamation mark at the end by Jonas Dero and Wojtek Fus and one other person. There was 3 of them, but it was called Level Up. And what their channel was, I don't know if there's a... It's the 3rd link there. So here, I'll click it. I'll show you. So this is, I think, where the second step in my learning process was figuring out what is possible. So this is the equivalent of like watching streamers or just watching people paint for a long time. You have all these big names, Maciej Kuciara, James Pake, Aiton Zana, a lot of concept artists, Dave Raposa, Greg Rutzowski, right? And this is like 11 years ago, right? You have people from I think I watched every one of these, even though, I didn't know he was on there. Anyway, he was on there 11 years ago. I know him on Twitter now, but I don't remember if I saw this one. But anyway, just a whole bunch of people. For some reason, it only shows that I've watched 3, but I've watched every single one of these. But what I got from this, I didn't actually learn how to paint from this, but what I did learn is how digital painting works, right? I saw enough people go through enough processes for their own type of art that you kind of get a sense of what you can do in the program. So I had some drawing skills from traditional, not great, but some. Then I kind of knew what was possible in digital, and then I pretty much just jumped in. And then me jumping in was like, oh my gosh, I'm terrible at this. But also, I know what I can do, so I kind of have the language and I know how to look it up because these people have talked about it so much, and I've listened to so many hours of people talking about art that I sort of had the language. So like if I needed to know how to make a selection, I knew that it was called the lasso tool. I may not have known where it was in my menus in Photoshop, and maybe I didn't know how to adjust a setting for it if I needed to. I don't know how to invert the selection, but I knew that those were possible because I had seen people do them, right? And so I think that was the biggest part of learning digital, is like, if I knew that I wanted to do a certain thing, do a color change or something, I knew that it was there and I kind of had the language for it. And so I think watching other people paint in the program for me was the biggest thing, because it sort of let me know what I could do. Now, in terms of the actual skills, it all was still just, perspective and values and composition and design, character design, creature design, environment design, whatever, design principles. So like it was kind of the same stuff that you would do traditionally. But I think it's, and I don't even know if I would recommend binge watching those. there's probably better content out there. I mean, you could, they're still there, but they're not technically, they're not for learning. Like, those are not learning videos. Not really. They're like demo videos of, and they're just like chit-chatting, right? It's super casual. It's like a podcast before podcasting was a thing. And it's like bad audio quality, bad video quality. Literally, one of the guys just like streams from a McDonald's half the time. Like, this is not it's not high quality content, but what it does do is just like, it's just like a chill hangout with artists. And so watching other artists have these chill hangouts is, to me, was arguably more useful, because it was like I was learning that language. I was learning, they would talk about their process, and it was different from another person. It wasn't the process that's best for a beginner, right? It wasn't a process that was meant to be easy to follow along with. That's not what they were talking about. They were just talking about how they do things, right? And so I felt like I got a realistic, like, this is where they're at this moment kind of thing. And when you get that all over the map, you start to kind of like, okay, these are the directions I could go in, Like, if I want to do something and I don't know how to do it, it's like, well, this person would do it that way, this person would do it that way. And it kind of gave me like I don't know, like, because some people were very meticulous with their layers, some people weren't at all. So I found it very useful. Oh, Lego, thank you so much for the sub. I really, really appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, I think I do maybe I did. I think I learned a little different than most people, and I think I do learn most things a little bit different, in that I tend to just like to marinate in it. I literally surround myself with the thing, and I just binge it. I watch every video I can. I absorb it all, and maybe I haven't even put my brush to the paper yet. But it's like, now when I do put my brush to the paper, I have a plan, right? I know the things I can practice. I've already thought about stuff, even if I don't know what I'm going to paint in that particular day. But like, it's not, I'm not jumping in and figuring it out on my own. So there was a video, I didn't watch, did I watch it yesterday? Maybe I did watch. There's a video by there's a YouTuber, he's kind of newish, but he's massive because he's blown up in the last like year and a half, super fast. His name is Jake Don't Draw. He just released a video where he did basically a total beginner drawing a portrait with a reference, same tools, right? Everything is the same, but one's a total beginner, then there's him, and then there's somebody who's been doing it for a very long time. And he basically shows this process kind of side by side. And I thought it was fun to watch the beginner, because I think I was never that person. Not to say I wasn't the beginner. I absolutely was a beginner. But me as a beginner, I didn't just jump in and guess at what I needed to do, think, oh, I need to detail the eye now. By the time I started drawing, I had watched so much art stuff that I'm like, I know I need to start with the big picture and then work my way in, right? Like, it was, I mean, I know I did the beginner stuff with, like, when I was a kid, right? And probably up through high school, like, because I didn't have YouTube, and I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have any goals in mind. And so a lot of times when I started sucking, it was just like, man, this sucks, and I don't know why. I can make a guess, but my guess was wrong. And it was fun to watch this video by Jake Don't Draw, because the beginner in this video, he would make assumptions like, I think I need to render the hair now. And it's like, he didn't even have the structure of the face right. And yet he would go in and like put the, when he's looking at the eye, instead of looking like, you could occasionally hear him like repeat things that he probably had heard, but he didn't really process them. But then he would be like, he would start with the pupil of the eye, and then he's like, oh, and there's a little dot of white here. Like, before he even got the shape in, right? He was already doing the highlight. And it was one of those things where that I I don't want to jump into something like Photoshop and be so overwhelmed that I'm trying to think that, oh, I need to do this and this. I don't know what I need to do because it's so overwhelming. So I'd rather just listen to people who are using the program and just, if they're talking about a thing, that's probably what I should focus on. If they're not talking about it, maybe I shouldn't worry about it because, you know, I'm just going to trust that they are better than I am. And that was my process for learning. And it still is, right? If I want to get into a new thing, I'll just watch a bunch of videos. I mean, Angel Thruven, how's it going? Like, for example, a good example would be, hypothetically, I don't play pickleball. I don't really plan on it. But if I were, because my brother does, and it would be like just bringing up pickleball videos of people playing. Maybe the pros, maybe amateurs, maybe videos comparing pros to amateurs, right? And you would see the things that they're doing, and you would just find the patterns of like, oh, these are the things that they're doing a lot of, and these are the things that they advise not to do. And I would just have some goals. Like, obviously, first I would just try to have fun, right? First and foremost, enjoy it. But if I want to at any point try to get better, maybe I can focus on, you know, maybe they give tips like step back so that it's easier to run into it than having to run backwards, right? Running forwards is easier than running backwards. So maybe step a little backwards and then run in if you need, right? Stuff like that, like maybe I hadn't thought about. I don't know. I'm just making that up. But there are some things, rather than just guessing and getting it wrong and then being like, well, why aren't I doing it right? So yeah, I think just watching a lot of people do it, I do think it's a good way to learn. You know, you can get a little bit lost in the sauce, I think, as they say, where you're just sort of focused on like what the pros are doing rather than trying to actually do stuff for yourself and like have fun. But I think if you're at the stage where you do want to improve, I don't know. I maybe that's just the way that I learn and I like it, and maybe it's not good to recommend that to other people. But that is definitely something that I've found is just I like to sort of marinate in the culture of the thing and just sort of get a feel for like how they think and how they talk and what do they seem to think is important. Ronnie, hello. That was super helpful, to be honest. Thank you. Oh, no problem. Okay, we've got a 5 Fed 70. Okay, let's take a look. We've got a color. So today I am doing some illustration-y stuff, Minecraft-y concept art. This is very green. We can use that. I don't know how... Maybe I'll do a quick one with this. I don't quite know what I'm going to do with it. This one might be... I might save this thumbnail. I'll do the thumbnail today, but I might save it for next stream. Because today I am not doing thumbnails that we're going to vote on. I'm kind of doing... Oh, your mom requested color? Awesome. Yeah, so today I'm sort of doing illustration of a like a Minecraft build or a concept art of a Minecraft build that I'm working on or going to work on. So this is like the bare bones of it, but we haven't really designed it yet. And that's kind of what I'm sketching out, like what I think it could look like, and then I'm gonna do some like design and you know, coloring of it and rendering of it. So I don't know how the green's gonna fit into that. It probably won't. So I think I'll just start with something different. Maybe we'll do... I don't know. We'll see. Let me just go with the flow and see what we can do. We'll just do a quick thumbnail. Something a little different. Maybe we'll put some grays in there. I think every painting typically a nice variety of saturated colors and desaturated colors. These are very green, by the way. Can I just say, very, very vibrant. But we'll stick it over there just so we have something. It almost look like an alien lighting, like an alien light source. Maybe we'll get some purples in there to really lean into that. Maybe giant. Maybe we'll do like a Halloween themed. I don't know. I'm just thinking how I want to do this. We got a lot of options, but yeah, I'm just kind of going with the flow. I don't have a plan at this stage. I do like the idea, though, that there's, like, green lights along a path. And I'm actually going to... Hopefully I don't get rid of that green completely. I will add it back in if I get rid of it too much. It's the color she wants to paint the walls. It's very bright. But that seems like it would be totally okay for wall. I don't know. It's a little bright. I think most of the time the walls, though, have multiple colors, right? Like you have a trim color, you have a main color. And depending on what it's for, it could work. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be my first choice, but, you know, I'm not an interior designer, and I don't, you know, don't think I need to be. I don't know. It's okay. It's not the worst thing ever. I think as an accent color, it's amazing. I think or even maybe indoors, right? It's tough because typically when I think of this as like an accent color, it would be brighter than the rest, right? It's hard to do it like if you had like pure, not that you would ever have pure white walls. So let's say you had like an off-white. This could still work, right? As like an accent color. And then maybe you have like a darker color or something in here, like a dark blue-gray or something. And so you have like sometimes something like that could work where you have 3 colors and you have an accent. But like I think if you had this as your main color, that's a little rough. Like you'd need a way to break up the space probably. I don't think you would want just an overwhelming amount of that green. But if you had like cabinets and things of maybe a different color, maybe some like off-white in there, like I think you could totally get away with that color palette. I don't know. I don't think that bright... I had a green room when I was a teenager. Actually, but it wasn't this bright. This is a little like neon. Also, I think I've lost the color here. Let me add it back in. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible. You know, as long as... I don't know. I think as long as you have light and like sunlight, it could be okay. I don't know. I'm kind of the belief that most things can work if you tie the room together or tie the colors together. I don't think there's like objectively a bad color. A lot of it's in the amount of color. You know, how much of it are you using, where, in what way. If it's just pure one color, then sure. I think anything too bright and saturated is just gonna be killer on the eyes, right? You know, any saturated color is just gonna be too much, right? I don't care what color it is. Go around the color wheel. All of these will suck if you have purely that color, right? That's just too much for the eyes to handle. But most people aren't doing that, right? I don't think most people are taking these pure colors. Also, this one isn't, you know, if it were like slightly less vibrant, I think that's a nice color. Like something like that. This is a color that I actually would paint something, I think. You know, like a gray or green. Especially as an accent color, but yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I think it's more about the execution than the initial idea. It's how you do it. And we're going to put some stuff there. By the way, I have an announcement to make, which most of you will probably already know. I should probably put it in chat and pin it. But on the 25th, so next Saturday, I am doing a Secret Santa sketch exchange here on stream, and everybody is invited. To join is super simple. All you have to do is just think of like a Halloween-themed sketch idea, and then you'll enter. That will be your entry, basically, is to just put that in our Discord. And then I will randomize names. Everybody will get a person, somebody else's name, and then you will draw their prompt that they suggested, and whoever gets your name will draw your prompt that you suggested, and everybody's going to draw a Halloween or October autumn themed sketch idea. So it could be something like, 2 dinosaurs in a ghost costume trick-or-treating. Or it could be, whatever. Could be an underwater Halloween party, or a, anything, really. Options are endless. Sounds like fun. Yeah, you should join. Everyone can join. The only thing is you just gotta be here before the first hour, because I'm gonna start 1 hour into stream, and so that's gonna be kind of how you sign up, is being. I mean, I'll probably open sign up the day before in my Discord, but I don't really want people to sign up if they can't make it. So yeah, it's basically you show up and then sign up in that order. Maybe little towers back here. Little towers, green. Kind of actually like that. It's sort of like a... It almost makes it look like it's steampunk, or not steampunk, like maybe steampunk or cyberpunk. But anyway, here is... sort of... I'm kind of in the mood for towers today, so I'm kind of just drawing little towers. It's also because I'm drawing very vertically, so I think it kind of fits. But yeah, there's a quick thumbnail. Thumbnail sketch with green. I find it works. Or I think it works anyway. I don't know. I hope it works. But yeah, I like this stuff. I like colors that are harder to use, or, I realize I made this very monochrome, but I think that's fine. It's cool. Yeah, it's fun. We could probably do something more, though, with, like, another color in here. Maybe some bright pink to contrast that green. A little bit of, like, a lighting from above or something. I get toxic sewer vibe, maybe because the green. Yeah, a little bit of toxic sewer vibe, or like chemical experiments, like science tubes going through like a science lab that are like, have these little very like steampunky like little windows in the tubes, and you see the green liquid flow through. Very like toxic sewer vibe. Yeah, very toxic sewer. Toxic waste facility. I don't think we want the... Ooh, that's a lot of red. I don't know. I don't think we want that there. What about some yellow? Maybe some yellow. That could be kind of fun. I don't know. I like the color. I just don't know where to put it. But I think that's fine for now. We'll just leave it like that. We'll come back to it next stream, probably, and just use it as a thumbnail. But today, because we're going to be working on these, we probably won't work on that one today. But yeah, just to go over my plan for this. So, this is the thing that we have in that I'm going to be building in Minecraft. It's super basic. We'll make it more complex, right? We're going to add a couple floating tower island thingies, maybe some stuff at the bottom, where maybe some stairs that go up it, on the outside. But other than that, a lot of it's going to be like shaping and detailing, that kind of thing. And so there's a lot of work to still do, obviously, because the colors haven't been done. We're going to change out the blocks, probably all of them. This is just like the basic structure. Like, working big, medium, working from big to small, right? This is the big shape. And then we'll make it more interesting and stuff as we go. But we also have... Let me show some stuff real quick. Color palettes. We have block palettes. Welcome in, Ronald! Welcome in, Ronald! Fish and Dead Boy, how's it going? Hello, hello. But yeah, we also have like a block palette that we're going to be using. And so we have, like a gradient from top to bottom. This will be like the lighter color. Right? This will be the lighter color. These will be the darker colors. And then we also have these colors, which are going to be like this dark, skulky look, around the explosion areas, or around the areas that have broken off. Maybe some of these areas. So that's kind of the vibe that we're going for. So, maybe there will be some vines hanging down here. Sort of to... I don't know exactly where. We haven't really figured it out yet. Also, this might be blue. I don't know. We haven't really talked about it. But that's kind of the idea, right? It's just a lot of playing around, making it look nice, because right now we don't have any visual... We have no visual information on that. And so it's sort of just us playing around, winging it. So that's kind of what I'm doing today. I like the happy gas just chilling. Yeah, the happy gas. Yeah. He's chilling in the background. Thought he photobombed the thing. Also, the texture in my texture pack has this as a smiley face. But yeah, initially it was just going to be the gradient with some like blue sparkles. But I think we decided that this would have looked way better as an accent color. And so we're going to sort of use these two palettes together. So that was kind of our vibe. But yeah, it'll be fun. So this is just me doing some art just to maybe help give us some ideas. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll be completely useless and it's just for fun. I don't know. Not really too worried about it, to be honest. I'm just kind of going with the flow. But like, maybe we have little floating, debris off on the side. Maybe up here we have some bits where there's like floating bits. And obviously it'll all be very square and chunky, but I'm not worried about drawing it that way. Having some nice shapes in here. Whether it's not like we would use these shapes, but having some nice shapes in the silhouette to sort of show that there is broken. Maybe some of the spots have, big chunks sticking up and other parts don't. Something like that, where there's some consideration to shape design, maybe. And then down here, maybe we have some stuff hanging down, so maybe these areas down low are like, darker. Or even back in here, right? Maybe we put darker areas, like a dark block or something, to help make it look even more like three-dimensional. And so maybe we put some dark shapes in there. Maybe some vines hanging down. But again, if we go too convoluted, it's not going to look good. And so maybe we put, some dark stuff here. But then maybe we go into like a gray or dark down here. And then the darkest dark down here. Because that's how we thought it up, basically. But yeah, Ronald, what were you working on? Ronald P. Maxwell. If you guys don't know, Ronald P. Maxwell is awesome. Does a lot of really cool world building stuff. And their stream is definitely worth checking out if you like world building, storytelling, design, basically just coming up with cool worlds. They do it like a live, I was gonna say live action game, not live action. They do a game live where they make up stories and they draw them, and the lore develops in real time. It's pretty cool. I really love their the longevity of the project, and also they have an amazing Discord with all this art and different biomes and creature and categories, and they basically every time they do art, you can slot it right into like one of the biomes, or this one is a jungle monster creature and it's a predator, and here's what it looks like, and this other one lives in the desert and it's a you know, a certain tribe leader of of the tribe who lives there. It's very cool. Ooh, look at that. Pale oak. I love it. Very Minecraft inspired. Maybe not. Is pale oak a real thing? It probably is. But I only know it from Minecraft. We are working on our plants and animals for our Grim Vale biome. I love it. I love these things look like faces. It is great. Look at these. I love the faces in they look like faces and they're very Halloweeny, right? You got the little hands, faces with the hands. It looks like it's screaming. Yeah, Ronnie, you should join Ronald's stream. Ronnie and Ronald. I like the hands. Yeah, it's great. I love that. It gives it so much character. I feel like if you were to walk by this thing, it would have a screeching sound or like creaking sound. Not creaking. Creaking's from Minecraft, but like it would have an eerie sound. Like it would be whining or crying, or you know, I feel like this thing would have a wailing sound of some sort. The roots have hands. Yeah. This is super cool. It might moan and whine in the wind. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's just I mean, these faces look literally, well, this one looks like it's out of Scream. It's like the Scream face, but most of these just look like they are, yeah, it has an eerie sound or an eerie look. But yeah, that's really cool. It gives such a good, like, the fact that I feel like I can hear it. I feel like that tells you how good of a design it is when an image makes you feel like you can hear what it sounds like, you know? Like that's good visual imagery in my books. Some green down here. And maybe some here. That's a huge compliment, my friend. Thank you. No, well, thank you for rating. I appreciate it. Another distortion. Hello, by the way. It says reminds me of the creatures in the Little Mermaid, Littler Mermaid, that try to grab people in the underwater forest on the way to the Sea Witch. I don't think I remember that. It's been a long time since I've seen the Little Mermaid. Is the Littler Mermaid the Little Mermaid 2? Or was that a typo? Because that's also a really fun way to refer to the Little Mermaid 2. Is there a Little Mermaid 2? I think there is. Maybe there's not. Maybe I'm delusional. Hydrate? Thanks. In the movie, they don't have the grabby hands as they do in the original story? Gotcha. You meant little and fat fingered the second key? No worries. It was funny that it came out of the littler. Like that could have been the name of the second one, you know? You've been on classic fairy tale kick. I haven't read many classic fairy tales, and I'm kind of disappointed in myself because I feel like that is such a good source of I mean, that is the source of inspiration for like so many movies, especially Disney movies, and yeah, I'm a little disappointed in myself. I should read more fairy tales. And there is a Little Mermaid too. Okay, I thought there was, but I just didn't. I thought maybe you were referring to it as the Littler Mermaid. And then back here, maybe there's some snowy peaks. I mean, there is some snowy peaks back here, but maybe we will show them. Some bluish color. I like to listen to a podcast called Tales about them, since they do the digging on cultural context for me. I can multitask while I listen. Nice. Yeah, I like, that's why I like to do that, like podcasts or audiobooks. Is it's just that it's nice to be able to listen to stuff while you work, and depending on what you're doing, if it's mindless enough, you can. If the work that you're doing is mindless enough, that is, which for me it tends to be. But yeah, this kind of thing is fun for me. It's very simple right now. I don't know how complex I'm gonna make this painting, but I wanted to do this, or at least try to do it, and see how I'd fare. This stuff can probably be a little more gray. I am a little concerned. Like, we were thinking about having this gradient from the top. Here, let me find it. I've lost the OG sketch. Here we go. Here's the OG sketch. And then I thought about, like, you know, where in this, you know, this was the dark stuff. You actually can't see the dark down here, but we were going to have the dark go up some amount, and then it was going to sort of transition into like a light color. I think we're going to end up adding a lot more dark to it, but I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, so if I'm drawing this part of the image, like, is it mostly going to be lighter up here? And would that look better, or would it look better if it were darker? And like, I'm thinking it would look better if it were darker, so I'm, like, even though we could maybe lighten up some of this, I don't want it too light, you know? Or maybe we do. Maybe it gets quite a bit lighter up here. And it's already bright, you know? Maybe it's like that, where we already have enough brightness. And then maybe this stuff is where we do like a darker layer down here. That could look good. The old fairy tales from Grimm are really dark if you read the German originals. Well, I don't speak German, but I have been trying to learn it, so maybe that would be a good way to try and learn German, is to read the German originals. That'd be fun. You do have a book that is a collection of the original Grimm ones, but I don't know what level of adaptation was made between original and that translation. Yeah, I don't know either. I do know that the Grimm fairy tales are pretty dark, so I would imagine the translations, there would be some faithful translations, or at least trying to be. So there's some really cool, so a lot of, maybe it's not cool, maybe it's dark in like a weird way, but a lot of like fairy tales and ancient lore I find super fascinating, because there's oftentimes like a connection between things, the way people were, or like a disease or some unknown ailment that people might have, and they would chalk it up to like, oh, you're possessed, or oh, you've been body snatched and switched with another, it's like you but it's not you, and so we you know, our justification is that that's not the real you, and that the real you is taken away by the fairies, and they were swapped with a fake you or something, right? And it's like it was their justification of like not knowing, like, I mean, the same way some people will talk about, you know, when people are, I don't know, different or something, they will be like, oh, you must be possessed, like just weird rationalizations for things. And so I don't know if how much validity there is to all of that, but like a lot of times it's people just sort of making up stories to try and explain why things aren't going their way, like why, you know, why life is a struggle, or why, you know, basically why the struggle in their lives are the way that it is, you know, because they don't really have good explanations for it. And maybe they're a little religious uh, or superstitious, and so, you know, there's all these stories of, you know, whether it's elves and fairies and you know, these darker things, and I always loved it. I think a lot of that from like a historical context, there's some potentially neat sort of like correlations or connections you could make. I don't know, again, I don't know how much record keeping and evidence it is, and a lot of times just speculation that like, oh, when they talk about this thing, it's actually talking about people with autism, or, you know, and maybe like, you know, if you didn't show signs until you were a certain age, or and then you did or something, people would claim that like something happened to you, and they would make up a story. Like I just find that stuff really interesting. Yeah, but I haven't read a lot of it. But I feel like a lot of old fairy tales are sort of like, I mean, the origin could be any number of things. You know, it could be a missing person case where they try to justify, you know, a creature that snatches people in the night, but really it's just like a terrible person, you know, in their town. But, you know, if they don't have law enforcement, you know, maybe it's a member of their community, but they don't know who it is, or maybe they do and they cover it up. Like there's all these like, I've always liked the way that those stories potentially could have come about to the point where people actually believed them. Anyway, Joe comes back knowing the basic German vocabulary and all sorts of horrible things, but not for how to say he would like to order some toast. Yeah, pretty much. I have heard that German and some neighboring countries introduce children to adult concept at reasonable. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what is an adult concept? I mean, I think some things. Yeah. I mean, I think for in the US, I mean, I would argue we have it way, we have some weird stuff in the US like that. I mean, I think the one people talk about most is like the like nudity versus violence, right? We will show the most violent, terrible, horrible things to children, and yet you show like a little bit of the natural human body, and that's like a no. You know, it's like, what? Like this one is like a thing that is, it's not just like common, but like everybody has a body, and yet showing a little tiny bit of nudity, even in a non-sexual way, is so taboo. Or maybe not as much anymore, but it certainly was like 20 years ago. Um, but like violence is a thing that most people don't need to experience, at least not in like the gory sense. Most people will never experience the super gory stuff, right? Like murders and all that, and yet that is more acceptable to show to children for some reason. I've I've never really understood that, right? Like that's just weird to me. I don't know. It feels backwards, right? Maybe not backwards, but like there's definitely a disconnect there of like, you know, why are we pretending that things that do exist don't, and why are we pretending that things that kind of don't exist in that way exist, or they do, but like not to the scale, right? If you're trying to teach people about, not that everything needs to teach children about the world, but like the representation of like violence makes everything seem way more violent, and then it downplays the fact that naked people exist. Like, I don't know, it just is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I find that strange. So I wouldn't even call like nudity necessarily, not inherently, an adult concept. I mean, obviously, anything sexually explicit is, because children, haven't even gone through puberty, and it makes sense that like these wouldn't be things that they need to or would understand. So like it just doesn't really make a lot of sense to show children that. That would be kind of, I feel like, a little weird. But if it's just like someone's, I don't know, changing their shirt or something, like I don't understand why that it would be so taboo. Like a child would think nothing of that. Maybe an adult would make it weird, but a child wouldn't make that weird, I don't think. I don't know. I think it came from a time where children were probably more subject to more violence in the past than they need to be warned about. I don't think so. I don't think that's where movie violence came from. I think movie violence was also not super common either early on, and then it progressively ramped up. I think movie violence has been on the rise with like more and more. I mean, I think both start out super taboo. Obviously, nudity for like religious reasons. Violence, I think, just I don't think it started. I mean, back in the day, you couldn't, like, swearing was bad. Using a naughty word was, like, super against, that would, like, instant R rated if you said a word, Like, that's wild to me. Nowadays, I feel like movies are a lot more relaxed in that regard, which is probably good because, language and swearing is, I feel like, not necessarily inherently bad. It might be a little clumsy and maybe not great ways to like teach kids to communicate because it's not very good communication. But the words themselves, I feel like, aren't harmful in any way. Now you can drop the F-bomb and get a PG-13. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that used to be the thing. I mean, so I feel like a lot of that has changed and gotten worse. So I don't think it started as violence being a way to teach. I don't think that doesn't sound right. Oh yes, and the US blurs the mouth when they say bad words? No, I don't think so. No, the US doesn't blur the mouth when people say bad words. I think you just aren't typically they typically tone down the amount of bad words people would say in a script if it was gonna be like for children. You just wouldn't say bad words. No, I don't think they bleep movies. There might have been a few. I think in like the 90s they did. Maybe in the 90s there were censored movies. I don't know when the last time censored movies happened. Maybe they do it. I don't know. I'm not in a so I grew up in sort of a somewhat religious family, and I think I remember watching or seeing censored movies. But I don't think that's a thing anymore. I couldn't tell you the last time movies were censored. I think censored movies happen on public TV. They're cutting stuff. True, that was a thing. Yes, yeah, when they showed movies on television. That's right. You're totally right, Pepperly. When they would show movies on television, they would censor them because it was like they would have a beep, I think. I forgot about that. I don't think that's still not a thing anymore, is it? Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't even know if they show movies on public television. Yeah, yeah, it was like on public television when they were showing a movie. Yeah. I had forgotten about that. I don't know. I haven't watched public TV in ages, and anytime I have watched even just regular television, it's been like pay-per-view types, not pay-per-view, but like the movie channels where you get movies for free, and those I don't think do that. At least not anymore. Who has cable anymore? I don't know. But even on cable, there's like movie specific things where like it's connected to like pay movie services, and then even those services will have a free selection of movies, and they're not going to do the censoring. So you'd have to really try to watch a censored movie these days, I feel like. But yeah, no, I forgot about that. Yeah, the U.S. was weird about nudity and profanity. Meanwhile, violence, don't care about that. At least not too much. I always wondered, how are people so bad at this? Because we just talked about this the other day with Twitch as well, right? Because Twitch is really bad about setting these rules where they, around nudity laws, not laws, but like their rules, you know, especially as artists where we do a lot of like figure drawing. So a lot of people will do like nude figure drawing. They'll just have a photo there of a person standing. They're not doing anything sexually. They're just standing there and someone is drawing the gesture. And that is seen as like a no-no on Twitch. But you could have something super explicit in terms of like suggestive material of what they're doing, but technically as long as they have like their nipples covered or like a leaf over them, it's okay, even though the content could be far worse, right? It could be like, I mean, you know, just objectively sexual, right? And you can do that on Twitch as long as you cover the little bits, right? Like, how is that how is that normal? Who's making these rules and doesn't see the absurdity in that? Like, that to me is like, we haven't really come that far when you have this heavy-handed of just stupidity in your rules. Like, I don't know who's making these rules, but they're not very bright, or they're just not even trying. I don't know what it is. And it kind of bugs me because you could put like most people in charge and they would do a far better job, for sure. I still think Twitch should have done just some age verification in order to let people properly gate that kind of content. Twitch bends the rules for some people. I think they should not do that. Yeah, I mean, that's another issue, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, bending rules for their big streamers, that's a tough one, though. I mean, I understand that one more because they are competing against other services, and when other services have more lax rules than you do, if you are more banning of people, people will leave, right? Especially people who build their content on like border, like, I don't, what's the term, racy material, like borderline inappropriate, but like just sort of bumping up the edge against what should be allowed. And other platforms, if they're allowing it more, Twitch is in a really tough spot, and I kind of get it. I don't think it's good. I think the top people in some ways should try to be on better behavior. They should have more responsibility to not be terrible people and not spread misinformation and not break the rules, because that's the cost that comes with being popular, is like you have a responsibility to be a better role model, in my opinion. That's my take on it. So I think they should be policed more, but I understand from Twitch's point of view that policing people who are in charge can make them want to go elsewhere, right? Because they think that they should get special privileges, and obviously I don't agree with that, but yeah. So I kind of get it, but also at the same time, it annoys me. If you insist, chatbot, I'm working on. Chatbot does insist. If you insist, chatbot, I'm working on your Arttober Chibi roulette of the day. The wheel gave me the prompt Dodge Charger today. Let's take a look. Ooh, a Chibi Dodge Charger. I haven't seen non-human Chibi art ever, or at least not that I would have called it Chibi. I like that. Misinformation is hard to determine. Well, I just mean when people are clearly spreading, like, making things up because they know it's gonna be... I mean, look, I'm not saying that you need to police the edges. I just mean the cases where people are quite literally, like... I mean, you know, it might even fall into, like, defamation at some point. I think when... And I'm not as big on misinformation, but again, it is hard to police that. But my point is, I think typically... Like, in my perfect world, right? I'm on my soapbox now. In my very perfect world, the bigger of an audience you have, the more responsibility that individual would want to take on, right? Or, not that they would want to take on, but they do take on a responsibility, right? If you are speaking to millions of people, and they are listening to what you have to say, I think you have a moral duty of some sort to want to message in a way that is being not divisive, that is not spreading misinformation, that is not pushing boundaries of what is, like, you know, you're not going out of your way to offend, right? Like, I think, I don't know, I just feel like, maybe not offense, maybe that's a tricky one, but, like, I think you should want to care about how people are interpreting what you have to say, right? I think if you are reaching millions of people, you should want to, you know, if you're talking about the news, you should want to have researched the news. If you are speaking on a topic, you should try to be respectful, right? Yes, I know that people will be offended by anything, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that I think in my perfect world, people would care, and if you're on top, you should care more, and in some sense, the people listening should hold you to a higher standard. And I think as you go down that totem pole of sort of the hierarchy of, like, you're on top, and then if you're just talking to your friend, I think you should be able to get away with more if you're talking to your friend in private than if you're a public figure and speaking to a large audience. I think once you're on top, you have a responsibility. And I think in our world, it's flipped. Where people on top get away with the most, they can do the most, they can be the worst people, and yet we will protect them because they are the ones who are making us money. And so we will protect the terrible people, even though they're on top. That's opposite of what I think it should be. I think it should be the other way around. I think as you build power, people should be, you know, more critical and more careful about who they have in power. And yes, if that means that powerful people need to tiptoe around what they say in public and how they say it, I think that is a better situation than to say anything and everything and have no consequences ever. I think that, because you can do a lot of harm, believe it or not, by encouraging people to do things. Right? Like, people who have influence can actually do harm with their words. And I think there's this idea that, like, oh, it's just words. No, people will listen to you. People will do things. You have an audience. And there's a very real responsibility, in my opinion. So that's, like, my perfect world, right? And I think that we are completely backwards on that. Whether it's, like, you know, police officers getting away with crime, you know, doing things on the job that no cashier at Walmart could ever get away with. Like, where, right? That should be flipped, right? Cashiers at Walmart should be able to technically get away with more than what a politician or police officer should, because those people are in a position of power over others. People will look up to them for what they have to say, and, like, they're role models, right? A cashier at Walmart is not a role model. They don't have that. So in theory, they should be able to, if you're going to be lenient one way or the other, it should be towards them, right? That's my take. But that's not how we are. We are totally backwards. So anyway, that's my soapbox rant for the day. Also, I just realized I was showing this for, like, a super long time on stream. This is super cool, by the way. I love this art. Just rambling with someone else's art on stream and not even realizing. But anyway, that was the point I was making. But yes, people will be offended by anything, and that's not... I don't care about that. That to me is like I mean, not that you're intentionally doing it, but that to me feels like a non-issue. It's like, it's a distraction. Like, yes, somebody's going to be upset, but that doesn't mean it's an issue. I'm talking about like measurable damage, right? Like people actually doing crimes, or people uh, actively encouraging crimes, or behavior that isn't acceptable for Joe Schmo, or random small person, but somehow is acceptable for big person, right? There should never be a case, in my opinion, where a public figure or influencer can get away with violating copyright law when a small person can't, right? That's not okay to me. I think if you shouldn't be allowed to steal because you already have a lot, right? That is never the situation you should be in. If you want to enforce those types of rules, it should be flipped, right? You should be more lenient to the small people, because they aren't influencing people as much. They aren't as big of a role model as the person with 1 million views. So anyway, that's my stance on it. It always has been, and it's always bugged me when people are just constant. And I get why, right? I understand why that is a thing. Again, because those people are money bags, right? And they don't want to fire their money bag, right? They don't want to get rid of that. And so it's hard. It's hard to enforce it when the people enforcing it are the ones who are losing. And so it's a tricky situation. Not when you're big and you have money and you can lobby and you can have people on your side who are enforcing the law. No. I mean, in theory, but like the law is open for interpretation, and people are you making the claim that you don't think the rich and powerful and the popular get away with stuff that the ordinary people wouldn't get away with, or that they would get away with? That doesn't happen. You can make, whether it's from hiring better lawyers or just dragging out the process, or in some cases literally not wanting to prosecute someone because it will be a stir, like it'll stir up public opinion on your practice or your business. Like there's a lot of cases where they won't even be prosecuted for a potential crime because the company doesn't want to make a bad names because they're so big. So like Disney, I think, is known to do this, where like if you're like a major, it's like the Streisand effect, right? Where like you sometimes if someone so public is doing something, just by calling them out, that shines a bad light on you and your product. So the person who would be the one to file the lawsuit won't file the lawsuit because there's pressure, because the person is famous. And when you go after famous people, you get a big old spotlight on you. And sometimes that would be not good, right? Because depending on what they're doing, it might backfire. And so there's I mean, that's like one of probably 100 different pressures. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think there are a lot of times where in theory you could win a court case, but it's never going to make it that far. You'll spend your life savings as a little person in court trying to fight a big company, and you'll never win. You'll be homeless before you ever win a lawsuit against Disney. You'd have to have, like, it's absolutely not the case that you have the same protections as a big corporation or a big influencer who has lots of like social power and money. And I mean, I feel like that I guess to me it's extremely obvious, but there is also lots of concrete cases. But I would be surprised if anybody could look around and not also see that. I mean, it's a thing that has been talked about for probably 80 years, and certainly all 30 of the 30 plus of the years that I've been alive. Like, it's been a very well-known thing that you get away with more. I mean, not always, right? There's been times and cultures, and especially like micro cultures, some workplaces are very stringent about certain things, some aren't. There's obviously wiggle room and there's exceptions, but no, I think on the whole, like, especially if you are like, I would use like police officers as a shining example because they're unionized and they kind of protect themselves. Like the police union protects them even though they're in power. Like they are the ones upholding the law, and it will also protect them from breaking the law. And it's this weird like reversal of what a union typically does. So I think in a lot of cases, I think police is like an egregious example of it, where you can read story after story of like police officers doing things that if you were to do at like in a normal job, in any other job, you'd be fired immediately. And like, yeah, they'll like, it's a he won't do it again. It was a slip up. And it's like, really? They stole property. They were not doing their job. You know, they were taking taxpayer money, and yet we're like, whatever. Slap on the wrist. So yeah, anyway, you can see where my biases lie, or where not my bias, maybe my biases, but my opinion on this stuff lies. But yeah, no, I think especially in like, I think AI is a good example where like you have a thing that is morally gray, let's say, with like the copyright stuff and AI, because it's like it's new territory, right? Also, pick a color for a thumbnail. What color would you like, Leg Owl? But I think a lot of times you have like rich and powerful people doing morally gray things, but because it's morally gray and because they're rich and powerful, they kind of tip the scale to like, we'll allow it, right? Normally you would like, is this morally okay, right? If it's not, the normal person will get punished, right? Because, you know, they'll find something to punish them for. A purple would be nice. Do you have a purple in mind? But yeah, I don't know where I was going with this other than, I mean, I guess this ties back to streaming because this is a thing I think a lot about, but I do think as you are, you know, the bigger audience you have, I think you do have a responsibility to be a better person or try to be. And, you know, there's again, there is wiggle room in that theory. I don't think every famous person has to be on their best behavior all the time. You know, I think we also have, you know, normal people have a responsibility of not being overly, you know, like, you know, think for yourself. Just because a famous person does or says something doesn't mean you should automatically believe them. But I think also at the end of the day, people will believe them. So even though they shouldn't, and knowing that, I think that makes a responsibility. Now, maybe in the perfect world, nobody would believe anything that a random celebrity has to say, and nobody would care. And then they wouldn't be a celebrity because nobody would care about them or about what they have to say. But maybe in a perfect world, that's how it would be. But that's not the world we live in. People do listen to what rich people have to say or famous people have to say. They do have that power, and I think with that power comes, as Spider-Man put it, or as his dad put it, great responsibility. Or certainly a greater responsibility. A purple. Something like GameCube purple. Okay, let me Google GameCube purple. GameCube purple. Does anyone know what GameCube purple is? Oh, okay. That's like a very light purple. So you know what's tricky with this? When you have a color like this, you can't just color pick it. I mean, you kind of can, but if I just color pick it, I get 3 different colors. Which color, right? And like we kind of know what it is. But yeah, that's good. It's like a grayish purple. Okay, we can do a GameCube purple. My PlayStation, my P2 controller is that color, but my GameCube itself is black. Interesting. The first I got was a bluish purple. Yeah, this is a pretty nice purple. Okay, I'll do the thumbnail in just a second. I want to make a little bit more progress on this. Also, I realized that we're already at the 2-hour mark. I've been yapping so much, hardly been painting. I like the idea, though, that these all have a bit of darkness along the edges, sort of to emphasize... And this is all going to be much further down. This is a very tall tower. The first I got was bluish purple. Nice. I've had the same one since like 04 to 05, no issue other than a horribly scratched disc. Nice. That's cool. I always liked it when people take good care of their tech and it lasts a long time. There's like we have a, or not we, back when I was well, I guess I'll use my sister as an example. My sister has an NES that's I think still works. So an OG Nintendo Entertainment System, which I think is pretty neat. I think over here we're gonna have more in this thing. We're gonna have more like broken stuff like down towards these, and then we'll go more clean gradient up here. You used your N64 last week and played Donkey Kong 64 with your fiance? That's awesome. Donkey Kong 64 is great. Wait, that's the one where they have the song with the DK song and the rapping thing, right? It's been a long time since I played that game. With Funky Kong? That's where Funky Kong was introduced, right? Sadly can't play at the moment, but that purely because of your new TV doesn't have RCA input. Gotcha. That sucks. Yeah, no, Donkey Kong 64 was great. What a good game. I think here we can go a little bit of a building, some building stuff. Maybe over here we get some other shapes. Oh yeah, there was gonna be some paths that go this way. Don't, I haven't forgotten the color redeem. I'm just trying to make some progress here real quick. But yeah, we were gonna go like this. Maybe there's some... So now I don't know. Do I want this to circle through? I think not. I think this will end here, and then we'll pick it back up here. Something like that, maybe. That way it adds a little bit of sort of texture to the wall. I think these silhouettes would look nice where you have something like this sort of coming down. Maybe even some parts like this have sort of branched off and you have like a little chunk here just sort of floating. And then these blue things can be a little bit more vibrant. I don't know how accurate this will be to, you know, something like this where you get lots of little hangy down bits. Some here. This is the Minecraft build that I'm gonna be making, or kind of have already started. sort of some, I guess, concept art for. I don't know if you'd call this concept art because the concept's already kind of done. I guess it's still art of the concept, and also there is stuff that I'm, making up as I go. And then down here we will have, obviously we can't see this far down, but there's going to be like the base of the structure would have, if this is the base, right? There's going to be like a broken, like an area that's like exploded maybe. And that area is going to have the skulk kind of like coming out of it or on the sides, and it's sort of like a dark hole where it's the entrance to the tower. Stuff like this. I think that's the idea. So that's kind of the bottom of the tower. Obviously, it's a little larger because it tapers out a bit, and then you have some stuff like that, and it's darker. The whole thing is darker on the bottom, and it's lighter on the top. And then there's trees down here. Although they're oak trees, I don't know. I feel like they would look better as spruce trees, but I think oak trees can be fine. Actually, they're not even spruce. They are, I think they're, I mean, sorry, I don't think they're oak. They're actually birch, I think, which is even weirder, but I think that's fine. Maybe I'll terraform it. Do some tree planting. So French philosopher René Descartes is up the bar. Oh, I already know where this is going, I feel like. Maybe not. The bartender asks, "Can I get you another beer?" Descartes says, "I think not," and then ceases to exist. Actually, I don't get that. Oh, because he's the one who said, "I think, therefore I am." And then if he thinks not, then he sees it. Gotcha. Okay. I took me a second. There's a lot of yeah, I got it. There's a lot of I was so I thought that was going in a different direction. There's a Descartes putting Descartes before the horse one, which is there's a Descartes joke about that where that's the punchline. I thought you were gonna go somewhere different, but no. Okay, yeah, you're basing it on but I don't know the actual joke to that one. I just know the punchline. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I've heard that one too. Yeah, I don't remember what the setup for that one is. But yeah, I wasn't sure where you were going with this, and it took me a second to think of who Descartes is. Okay, let's do a purple painting. Purple and orange. Classic painting palette. Not Minecraft. What other thing? GameCube purple. That's the color that we're using. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today. And as always, if anybody wants to share art, please do. I want to see what everyone's working on. But yeah, no, I'm liking this this as a sketch for today. It's like Minecraft fan art. Not fan art. It's my own, well, our. I don't like taking credit for it because the original sketch wasn't mine. Maybe we even put a tower back here. Or back here. And that could be fun. Little floating rocks everywhere. Maybe even some off in the distance, like near the base of the ground. As we're looking out over the scene. A valley at sunrise? Yeah, we could do a valley at sunrise. For sure. Maybe we get some mountains kind of coming down here, and you sort of have like a 1-2 kind of thing, like an overlap. Maybe we paint the actual valley too. Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger, dang it, okay, are driving down the road in a car when they get stopped by the police. The officer asks, "Sir, do you know how fast you were going?" Heisenberg responds, "Well, no, sir, but I can tell you precisely where I was." The officer finds this weird and decides to search the car. When he finds something shocking, "Do you know there's a dead cat in your trunk?" he shouts. Schrödinger retorts, "I do now." See, that one feels less like a joke to me. Well, I guess it's similar. It's as similar as a joke as the other one, right? I guess they're more like if you know who those people are, then their responses make sense because they're just like responding based on, like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and Schrodinger's cat thing. But like they're more like, to me those things are more like amusing than fun. I never really got that kind of humor. Like I don't like I get it, but it doesn't really make me laugh, and I've never known, maybe I'm just weird, but I've never known how to respond to like those types of jokes or riddles, or they're not even riddles. They're I hesitate to call them jokes because they're more like a reference, right? But it's like in the form of a story, or like a reference in the form of it. It's like the reference itself isn't inherently funny, but it's kind of funny because the setup. I don't know. I just don't have a sense of humor, but I've always struggled with those types of things because like oftentimes I get them, right? I got both of those, although it took me a little longer on the first one because I didn't even realize, like I wasn't even sure you were trying to tell a joke at first. And then it took then I had to think about who the person was and what they said. But yeah, I don't know. I always struggle with that stuff. But I kind of like that everyone has their like own sort of, different people sort of take better to certain types of jokes and stuff than others. Okay, let's do this. Ooh, just slap in the bright colors of Valley at sunset or sunrise or something. Honestly, okay, sunset versus sunrise. I don't think it matters. It's all the same. I know technically there are differences, but in an individual image, you cannot tell. And I stand by that. I know people are like, well, technically, sunset is a little more orangey, typically, and sunrise a little bit more misty. It's like, yes, on average, but unless you're in the same location at the same time of year and comparing sunrise to sunset, then that's where you can tell. But if you're in different locations and different climates and different times of year, there's no way to tell. Like, you have very orange sunsets, you have very non-pink sunsets, right? You have very orange sunrises, you have very non-orange sun, right? You have the whole range. You have very misty evenings, you have very misty mornings, you have like, there is no, like, you can't look at an image and be like, that's sunrise. So I always struggle when people say, oh, that's what a beautiful sunrise, or what a beautiful sun. How do you know? Unless there's like, maybe if there's like a bunch of people walking down the street and there's people sitting at a diner and the sun is low in the sky, like, yeah, you can infer that that is sunset because most people aren't out eating at sunrise. Like, that's typically not the thing you do, is go wandering down the street, you know, and having morning sunrise walks and eating it out. Like, that's not as common, so like you can make an association. But yeah, I think this is always a topic where, like, I think a lot of people like to try to guess at what sunset. I mean, it is fun. It's always fun to guess at what the intent was, like what the artist intended it for, you know, if they want it to be a sunset or sunrise. But I feel like most of the time, unless it matters to the story, you just don't know, and it doesn't matter from like a single image. It's really hard. It's I think it's much harder to tell than some people think. Or maybe I'm just bad at it. Maybe I'm just bad at it. Okay, fun fact. God, I already just read ahead a little bit. Fun fact, if King Charles farts during a royal banquet, you shouldn't acknowledge it. This is because noble gases should never get a reaction. See, that I find that funny. Only because it's a fart joke, and farts are just, there's something about it. Like, I think that I'm not normally like a big fart joke person, but there is something so like, it's almost like it's an eye rolling laugh. It's kind of like a bad pun. It's like, it's hard not to find them. I don't know. It's funny. I don't know why. I appreciate a good joke. Although I don't think of myself as like a joke teller. I don't know if I've ever told a joke in my life. Maybe not. Maybe I have. Do I even know any jokes? My issue is I can never remember them. And I don't particularly try to remember them. The best kind of laugh is an eye-rolling laugh? Yeah, I think so. It is a good kind of laugh, for sure. What shall we do here? Let's add some blue. I'm just gonna go like this and sort of make these lines go down further. And make smaller lines as we go further back. So I'm making more scribbles and bigger scribbles up front. And I'm going to take like a blue and just paint it in and see how that looks. I think that looks nice. It's going to be like a snow or something. Snowy scene. Pick a color for a thumbnail. More colors. We've got lots of color thumbnails today. I don't know what's changed, but a lot of it, which I'm okay with. I am okay with the color thumbnails. Oh, this is looking like Simba, like Lion King, Pride Rock. That's what I was trying to say. I couldn't think of the name. Sandy, orange, and yellow. Okay. Okay. We can do that. Let's do a sandy, orange, and yellow. If you... now I'm trying to think. There's a very similar colors. A sandy orange. Is that a sandy orange? I don't really know what a sandy orange is. And then yellow is just like yellow. So like what is like this? Is that if you want a color pick, you can do a color pick with like we have a hex code picker you can use. I'm not really sure. Those colors have such wide ranges, right? We have these. We have an orange could be more orangey, right? There's such a wide range of yellows and sandy colors. You know, maybe it's darker sandy, more like a brown. So I'm not really sure what you mean by sandy orange even. I assume it's something like this. Like a peachy orange or something. And then a yellow could be, I mean, I'm just picking yellow that looks nice with it. But it could be any of these, you know. It could go something like that. But these are tough because I'm going to have to choose some darker colors in here for some contrast, which is fine, but it will need to happen. And that's where I'm going to have to change colors a little bit. Okay, this is the color of orange. Let's take a look. Okay. Pretty similar to what I had. This is a little more saturated than I initially picked. That is okay. That is a color we can work with. Let's do that. I think, so I see sandy and I think desert, right? I think desert. I think blue. Obviously, I'm going to use that yellow. Doesn't have to be desert. And then if we had like a bright yellow, right, this could be something like that. Where you get these... Could be cheese. True, it could be cheese. We could draw cheese. Sometimes, so when I do this, when I do stuff like this, and I'm sort of using a color palette like this, one of my considerations is, like, in this case, it was warm and cool. I had two very warm colors. I'm like, okay, I need a cool color. But I didn't want to go, because this color was so saturated, I didn't want to go equally saturated in blue. This would have been too much, in my opinion. I guess we could still do a little bit of that up here, if we wanted. But so my choice was to go blue, but then make it very desaturated, but also darker, because I knew we needed a darker color, right? Like, that was the whole point of me choosing another color, was to go darker. And so using that, that's kind of why I ended up with those colors. No, it's not. There's lots of ways to do it. Cheese castle, maybe. A cheese castle. I mean, if we do that, then I would want to make the mountains much more blue, so that the castle part looks more like the cheese, you know? Or maybe we do like a great wall. What if we did like a great wall of cheese? Or maybe not Great Wall. This reminds me, gosh, there's an Andreas Roca painting similar to this. Kinda. Would be interesting. I'm looking forward to see how you will handle the cheese material. Well, I don't know if I'm going to do a lot. I don't know if I'll actually make it cheese. But we can make it very yellow. I mean, I'm tempted just to make it a sunny and yellow, but I don't know. We'll see. All up to you, Joe. Yeah, I'm just going to start with this and just play around with shapes. Maybe we'll get some of that purple in there. We'll do the double duty there. We're using some old purple that from a different painting. Maybe a giant mountain here. Mountains galore. With hills coming down. Maybe get some blue up here too. Hills coming down. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. Kind of weird with this shape, too, though. Maybe these are on mountains on all the sides. It's on the peaks. That would make more sense, right? On the peaks, it goes from the tops of them. And so maybe then we have this thing coming over there. That's kind of nice. Something like that. I mean, we've really gone more purple than we have yellow. But the yellow's nice. Okay, now we need the yellow, right? We have the orange. So let's do the yellow. Yeah, we didn't have the yellow in there yet. What about on the edges? Maybe this is the light part. And then the orange can be the actual rock material or something. So we get like an orangey material down here. This one's a lot harder because there's more like construction kind of. A lot more form going on. But something like that, maybe. Let me close some of my browser is saying I need to free up space to continue. Apparently I don't have much disk space. But anyway, something like this is not bad. We obviously can go a lot deeper and darker in the purples down here. Oh, that's probably not going to look good. Something like this. Maybe we do like a multiply or an overlay. Very dark in the foreground. Much brighter, bluer in the midground. That's very bright. Maybe something like that. Got our orange. Got our purple. Maybe there's little characters in here as they're walking on these paths. Oh, let's do this. Maybe they're wearing some colors. I don't know. Some people walking. Maybe some of them have sticks and spears. And that's actually all you can see over here. Is their spears. You can't actually see them. Pitchforks are out. Little lines here and there, just like, you know, all the little people with their spears sticking up over the edge. something like that. Maybe some brighter stuff over here. And then, of course, some little things over there. That'll work. There. I think that's a good thumbnail. I probably spent longer on that one than any of the others, to be honest. I don't really know where all of the color, why it's bright in some spots and not others. We probably should do more lighting. I don't know. I think this will work, though. I think if I were doing this more, like, a better job of this, I would have bits of this that are in light and shadow. And so not everything would just be a big, bright line. But that's fine. Hydrate! Thank you, Azel! I do need to hydrate. My lips are all chapped. I don't know if that's a hydration problem, but probably. Also, this message on screen says, failed to save. Great. Disk space problem. Okay, let's close some of my stuff that I have open so that maybe I can save. Yeah, they remind you of golden armor. Yeah, maybe they're wearing golden armor. You know, these are just little... It's one of the things where, like, if you kind of squint, you can sort of see a vision, but, like, otherwise it doesn't, you know. But, like, yeah, maybe sun is cresting the hill here, or, like, these, this wall, if there's a wall up here along the edge, but, like, not the whole wall. So it's kind of hard to see it all, I guess, or see the vision, but if you sort of squint or think about it very loosely, you could kind of see how there's, like, a trail of people that's sort of catching sunlight in, you know, their spears are in the sun, the tops of their armor's in the sun, they're kind of walking through this thing, but also maybe there's some shadow here. Maybe something like that, where, like, we can start to see the shadow. I don't know what's going on up here. But yeah, something like that, maybe. Anyway, that is a thing. Now, back to this. I do want to... This is... You know what? This is... Yeah, this is the main focus, but even though this is very tiny, it's just kind of a single sketch today. I had thought about... So some of the things we had thought about for this this sort of concept arty Minecraft sketch was like, maybe these... You know, the original tower had an interior staircase that had broken... And maybe these were, like, wood, so they were, you know, created out of a different material. And so we had, like, a wooden material. That might change the color palette, or maybe they're not. Maybe they're stuck straight out of... Or maybe these things had, like, poles that were... And then they had wood on top, and the wood has fallen away. So maybe we still have some, like, patchworked of old dark wood, like... bridging these things together, but maybe there's random spots where they aren't being bridged, so you have, like, bits of, you know, stuff sticking out of the, like, support structures sticking out of the structure here, and so maybe some of the spot has wood, some of it doesn't. Maybe there's some old spots that have been patched up over the years of, like, you know, windows or things, like maybe people actually still lived in it. Maybe some little details like that, like little rampart thingies. Or whatever you call these. And obviously this is, you know, if I wanted, I could come in here with a square brush, which this is, right? And basically make the silhouette more blocky because it is going to be a Minecraft build. And I could do like a half block like this. So if this is a full block and that's a full block, I could do like a half block like this, because that could be like a stair, right? You can put stairs and things to make half blocks. So you can have shapes like that feel like they're halfway. Obviously, this is not perfect because I'm not doing things to the right scale or size, but just making things a little bit blockier, just to sort of start to give the illusion of, you know, make it feel a little bit more like it's gonna feel when we make it, you know? And then here, I'm actually less certain about what I want to do. Like, do we want this? I guess just textured, really. Probably a little bit of a gradient down here. More gray. It's not going to be perfect, but I will try to show if or when we finish this thing and actually build it. It would be kind of fun to see how it compares to, like, some of our initial sketches. It might look way different because maybe we'll, you know, in practice things will change and maybe we'll struggle with stuff, but we'll just say, hey, it's good enough. You know, maybe we'll want like a crack. Some of the stuff like this is going to get really convoluted if we do too much of it, like add a big crack down here. But anyway, it's kind of fun just to actually do some detailing in this small thumbnails like thing. I'm trying to keep it very loose. Well, I do wonder what happens if I come in here. No, I don't think I want to do the sketching with these shapes. But yeah, I think probably some brighter material around here too. Just on the interiors of all of these. This is also very gray, which I don't know if that's good. Okay, what if we do like an overlay, like a blue, just to get some eye in there, to start lighting this place with shadow and light. I mean, we kind of did some, but this is going to be pretty bright, I think, up here. I'm actually curious how, I don't know how we would do this in practice, but if we had like a darker material here behind it, like a silhouette, then we could really shine this bright light. So we have a beacon, probably just one beacon, shining through this tower. We could make it any color we want. It's going to go all the way through. If it's the fantasy theme. Yeah, yeah. And maybe like a slightly teal color, like a slight blue. That way it can feel like it's illuminating. That gives the illusion that it's illuminating this stuff. Like, obviously this stuff's not being illuminated, and it won't be because it's Minecraft, and Minecraft doesn't work like that. But you can make it, I guess we could put some like glowing blocks behind them, so like we actually do end up getting some glowing in here. Yeah, the white line's gonna be like a magical looking vibe. It'll be like a beacon. But maybe it is lighting it. Maybe we have some light shining in there from like frog lights. And I know I'm dropping names of materials that some people aren't going to be familiar with, but basically there are some glowing blocks, and if we were to strategically hide them inside of the structure, we could, especially at nighttime, you could get like a glowing effect from the interior. Even though you wouldn't see the light source, you just get like a glow. So maybe something like that. But I don't know if we want that. I think it's kind of nice to be a bit more mysterious. So maybe something like that. A bright... Yeah, that'll be a beacon, but just kind of a... Whoops. I would like to put a little bit of light on this. Hi, Celestian, how's it going? So yeah, maybe we do a little bit of glow dodge, a little bit of warm light, just coming in here. Or maybe overlay, I don't know. I think we're at the stage where overlay is going to look funny. It's gonna be a little green. I don't think we actually want it to look like that. I mean, maybe if we got like an orange in here, we could do like a sunset. Something like that. It doesn't actually read that well at the bottom. We didn't do a lot of... Maybe the valley is still in light. I don't know how that works. The valley would be in shadow before that. I actually didn't do a very good silhouette there. Maybe we'll go a little darker. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll do a multiply and an airbrush, and we'll just multiply downward just a little bit. I think it'll be good to have some dark areas, you know, whether it's like artificially making it dark underneath the bridge. That's a thing that sometimes in Minecraft builders will do, is instead of just relying on the render engine of Minecraft, which some people use fancy shaders, they will build in light and shadow into the build themselves. So like if you have here, maybe I can paint it. So if you're building something out of blocks, right? And you have a block here and a couple blocks here, right? And then another block here, right? So here's a bunch of blocks. And if you're viewing it from this direction... Ah, Commissar Skull, hello! Also, Lemon Cat, hi. Did I say hi? I think I said hi earlier. Commissar Skull, hello! Thank you so much for the sub. So if you're viewing the thing from this direction, right? Here, I don't know. I must be using a weird... Oh, I'm on the wrong layer mode. Hold on. Right, if you're viewing a structure in a block game, right? Like this, and let's say you have this structure built, what a lot of times people will do is, because in the real world, you'd have a shadow, right? This thing would cast a shadow. So what they'll do, instead of making this all in shadow, they'll make these blocks darker, right? And these blocks will be lighter. Well, this block doesn't matter, right? So that when you're looking at it, it's kind of looking like you're looking into the shadow. So from your vision, you'll see this. You'll see like a shadow here, and that one will stand out. Right, you'll have these two blocks here, and then you'll have the other block here. So it's almost like you're looking into a hole, because you are, right? And so you create the illusion of depth by changing the color. Instead of you relying on the game to do it for you, you sort of emphasize it. You know, people do this with trees a lot. They'll put darker, if you're doing like a custom tree, they put darker colors underneath the leaves, so they start dark, and then they put the lighter colors up top, so that it kind of gives the illusion that there's that shadow underneath, right? And sometimes it's really subtle because there already is light and shadow, but you basically emphasize it, right? Or, you know, darker up here. something like that, or you know, that way it's playing with those natural, like, you're basically using art skills to design your stuff. So I think I might do a little bit of that, you know, underneath here. You know, this will be a little darker under here. Under the rim here will be darker. You know, even though there's still going to be a light source, we're choosing to add these things darker just to add that emphasis. And I think that's a fun way to do it. But yeah, Commissar Skull, thank you so much for the resub. I really, really appreciate it. That means a lot. Thank you for the support. Here, let me throw some hearts in chat. I'm not totally sold on this, but I think it's pretty nice. This is one of those things where I didn't, you know, sometimes just playing around in the game will help you come up with good ideas, but this is fun. There. And of course, these will be more chunky, more blocky, because I'm not building at like a super high resolution, right? That's another thing is sometimes if you're... I think this relates to like any video game, really, where like sometimes you have a vision for your thing to be like super realistic, but then you're doing like, you know, pixel art, and it's like you only have so many pixels or such high resolution. So like this won't be able to look like that, right? It's going to be more chunky. Or, you know, it might look a little different. So sometimes the art, it can, you know, you want to, I think good concept art tries to design in a way and depict it to where it could actually look like it's fitting in the game. Like if you have to do too much interpretation from the concept to the practical design, I think that's like a lot of times it is the concept artist's job to show how the thing's going to be built. And if it can't be built because of limitations, then you're not designing it very well. Like, so this to me, it feels more like an illustration than concept art. Maybe it's a little, you know, we can use it as a guide, but it's not going to do the job of showing us, you know. Nope. Minecrafting based on the concept. Nope. This is, I mean, it's kind of a bit of both. So the to reiterate what I'm doing today is a friend and one of our mods of the stream. We have a Minecraft server that I'm in and with some other friends. But one of them decided they wanted to do a certain build, and they had this idea, and so they sketched out an idea. This was their original sketch. This is as far as we took it, or as they took it. But then we just started winging it. We were like, you know what? Let's start building it. And so we decided how big we want it. We talked about it in game. And so we just started building, and we didn't really think much about it. And so we started very simple, just with a big column. We added the break in it, right? Oh. So you can see that it has this gap in it, right? We've added that. We haven't done materials, we haven't done textures. We're just trying to get the shape and the size and the thing kind of to make it look right. You know, just we don't even have, there's nothing to it, right? It's all just a big giant column. That's all we have so far. This is a slight update. You know, we started to build out some structures to figure out how far down we want them. But outside of that, we're kind of just making up as we go. We have some idea of like the color palette. So here are some blocks we've set aside, or I didn't set them aside, Kath did. And so like here's some blocks that like might look good in this. And so we thought, okay, well, what if there's, you know, and we kind of had a story that we told ourselves, like, what if there was like an explosion or this thing broke off and around that was like an explosion of this skulk block, and here's some different colors that we could use. And then this is like the general tower palette. You know, maybe we sprinkle some of these in there, like the gems and stuff. That could be kind of fun. And so that's all, right? We don't have a vision outside. We're kind of making it up as we go. And this is kind of what we've talked about. So this is sort of an illustration of that. But also maybe I add some extra ideas because, and of course I'm kind of zoomed in like this, right? So that's kind of what I'm doing. It's somewhere between an illustration and concept art, right? I wouldn't quite call it concept art because, I mean, it kind of is, but it's also the concept was already kind of figured out a little bit. So yeah. It could certainly be a guide if there's things that we wanted. Like, for example, I thought it would be cool if off in the distance you did see, like, crumbled, you know, maybe this thing has broken off at various points and more towers. You know, maybe there's, like, a bit of a tower here that sticks out that's sort of broken off, and you can tell it's broken off. So maybe there's, like, a tower down in the ground, you know, on the ground that sort of all you see is the roof sticking up, right? That might be kind of neat. Or maybe you have a bunch of stones sprinkled out throughout the landscape. You know, there's stuff like that where just trying to design the thing still, because we are making it up as we go. You know, like we just thought about the base of this being a giant hole in the wall. You know, instead of having like a doorway, what if it was just like this ruined, destructive sort of area covered in this skulky material, which is like a sparkly black, a black thing with sparkles, a black block with sparkles, basically. So like that might be the base of it. But yeah, so it is kind of a painting based on Minecraft, but it's also an unfinished build in Minecraft that we just started. So there's not, you know, it could end up being concept art. But like thinking about stuff like this when you have floating things, you know, what if we put some little blocks down here that kind of float in the sky? Like maybe we make it look like they're you know, broken bits are coming off of it. Something like that. And of course, we would want it to look good from multiple angles, so we're actually going to have another tower or two, but maybe at different heights. And actually, we can see that in this one. Oh, yeah, in this one, where we thought we'd have one over here, sticking off this direction, and one over here. Some birds flying in and out. That'd be fun. Funny enough, speaking of birds, this is unrelated to the build itself. But when we were playing around, there's like a nearby cave, and there was actually bats coming out of the cave, and they were kind of settling inside the dark area of this area. Like they were kind of flying in here, because at night, like bats, I think, just go from dark area to dark area. And it was kind of fun to have, like, we actually saw bats coming out of the cave, and then one of the people spawned in a bunch of bats by cheating, but it's okay. But no, this is all also in survival, so we aren't like spawning in stuff and flying. Like that's why in this image there's a ghast floating, because that's what we're gonna use to build, like to help fly up and build, and you know, texture and detail and stuff. So it just makes it a little bit easier. Obviously, we're also building up and towering and flying up with elytras and stuff. But anyway, that's kind of what we're doing. So it's been fun. It's a fun little like personal project where art meets gaming, I guess. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. And let's see. Yeah, maybe over here. There are some mountains off the distance, but I don't know if we can really see them. But yeah, stuff like this. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. I do think it would be fun to add some like proper lighting, although I think just an ambient light kind of works for this. We don't need crazy light. But yeah, I also don't care about making it look like it's in Minecraft, right? I don't need it to paint it blocky, but I am adding a little bit just so it can like maybe affect the mood of the thing. So when you look at it, it feels like it could exist there, sort of. That's my goal. It's not trying to be realistic to it. Like, I'm not making the scale exactly right. You know, some of that stuff will be left up to us to figure out. Thank you for the follow! Also, this is only a small portion of it, right? Because it's going to be like a taller tower like this. So we're basically only seeing this part. And so I've left all of the base out, which is what this is going to be. You know, sort of just a blocky entrance. And then I have left the top of the... I've basically left this top tower off, but I think that's going to be a pretty standard, like, squarish... It's not square, but hexagonal kind of, or circular area. Maybe some little arched windows. Here, let's see if I can do this. Right, some little arched windows in here. It's going to be pretty basic, I think. Maybe even some silhouette breaking here, so we go like that. We haven't really decided yet, but I think it's going to be pretty basic at the top, so I'm not too worried about it. Maybe I do add some up here, though. Something like that. Actually, this probably should be a larger... Something like that. But I don't want to do too much detail up here. Maybe that. That's good. But yeah, that's not really the point of the image. The point of the image is more about this stuff. Maybe some of how it connects. We'll put some doors in here. I assume we will want doors, right? Because that's what these, you know, if these were towers at one point that were all connected and not broken down, I don't imagine they're going to be super big, so probably like a single block wide. Little tower there. Probably, again, we'll have another tower off of here. Probably like this, actually. Although I think we haven't talked about it, and so I'm kind of just making this up as I go, but like probably not a full tower. Probably just like the top will be off or something, just like more of like a ruin thing to make the silhouettes. Because I don't think I'm gonna want too much repeating shapes in this. Because in this right now, this is the frame that we have, right? I think one of these will have a tower top and one of them won't. Maybe it would even look better if the bottom one had it, because then the 2 points aren't too close to each other, right? You don't really want to compete this point to compete with something up here. So yeah, that's the thing. This will extend down quite a bit, actually. Actually, I could probably just keep drawing this thing, just to keep extending it down. Maybe that's what I do. Let's try that. This will be my... Let's see, let's save this. One second. I'm just doing some saving of files. Apparently I'm not doing some saving of files. Yeah, nope. Files are not being saved. According to this, it says failed save. Whoops. Well, okay. We're just gonna pretend that it's all on one layer, and I mean it is. Oh, no, it's not anymore. Let's merge it all. Let's merge, reduce the file size. I already did save it once. We can turn that off. Oh, wait, turn this off. Crop, making it really tiny. Nah. What if we go down further? The roof is here. I don't know how much of this matters. Just trying to add some really basic structures down there. This will be built up. I'm thinking like rocky, kind of like a, you know, maybe there's been rubble and stuff down here. I don't know if the scale here works. Oh, what's happening? Kayla, Janelle, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really, really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for the support. Hope your day is going well. All right, so let's do that. Let's paint in this. We're just painting out the background. We're kind of extending this thing outward. This is where the silhouette looks a little funny, and I think pushing it this way would be better. So this is going to be lighter. I'm just going to do... I've been looking for some artists for a thing, and I think I just found one. Oh. Are you like a thing, like a commission thing? I do take commissions, but I'm a little picky about them because I don't completely rely on them for income, and so I don't just take anything. But if it's something that is up my alley of stuff that I seemingly already kind of sort of do, I am, you know, yeah, message me and we can figure stuff out. See, I'm not totally sold on this silhouette here, but that's because I didn't really plan the painting this way. Also, I think I made this thing not tall enough. Let's extend it down further. Way more. We do want it to kind of bow outward a little bit and also get darker. And then we're going to have stuff, or my idea is to have stuff at the bottom, like rubble. One of the things since this is going to be based on, or this is both based on and it's sort of concept art for Minecraft, I really like rubble. I think it's one of the most fun things to build, with just like little rocks and stones and just little environmental things, you know, just sitting around. You have little hedges or henges or just little rocky things. And then of course we have trees and, you know, all that stuff too. Which I don't know if I want to put the trees in. I don't know how much tree we want in here. Probably not a lot, to be honest. I feel like around here, we can have trees back here. Right? Because it'll be in the distance. And there's like a mountain here. But this is very, very loose, right? This is not meant... This is more of an illustration than anything. And maybe some of this discoloration starts a little lower. And then I think down here, so this is another thing. I think down here, this is where we'll have, because I'm familiar with the materials that we have some like blue, like lapis lazuli blocks in Minecraft, and we can sprinkle those in the dark grays, just to, like, if we wanted some additional splash of color. Something like that. Actually, I think this one look better broken. Something like that, where it's not a full tower. That'd be kind of fun. Rubble can... whoa! Did that just crash? No, it just moved. That was weird. Rubble can almost be any shape, making an easier thing to draw with a high margin of error. Yeah, yeah. Well, and same for like when you're building something in Minecraft, right? Because it's an organic shape. It's also just easier. You just have, yeah, you have a high margin for error. And so you can, well, it's not even error, right? Just a high variance, right? You're not going to look at it and be like, that rock isn't rock shaped. What does that mean? Like, rocks come in so many shapes, and rubble can be in so many shapes, and there's, you know, random old buildings that have man-made shapes and also non-man-made shapes, and it's sort of this, yeah, there's just, it's not, yeah, it's not even, it's a high, I wouldn't even call it high margin for error, but it's, that might be true if you're drawing it from real life, but if you're making it up, you just have a wider range, right? There is no anatomy. I mean, technically there is, there's form and structure based on what type of rubble, but a lot of times you can't even tell what kind of rubble. You're like, yep, that's rubble, or like, yep, that's an old building, and maybe you see bits of rebar sticking out, but you don't really know what it was or why, and it's all just dusty and a big jumbled mess, and it has some structure but not much. So yeah, organics like that, or destroyed stuff, like anything that's weathered and chipped and broken, right? Once you start getting really precise, like a pristine new house is much harder to draw than an old worn down house, right? An old worn down house can have little wonky angles on the walls. You know, if the walls are a little bit slopey or something, that's fine. In fact, it can actually add charm, right? Sometimes you want things to have little slopes and droopy windows and droopy roofs. You know, you want a variety in color and texture, but if everything's pristine, your lighting needs to be immaculate. There is no variance in texture because everything's smooth, and it's not as easy to draw. It's not as pleasant to look at, in my opinion, typically, unless you do it extremely well. And so yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. I just don't like it as much. I'm also not sure what color we want the top. Maybe the roof could be like a blue. We were talking about that a little bit. Like that. Maybe we use that same color up top. Which would look nice, because then we can also use copper. So we have green and copper, which we haven't really talked about, but... Could sprinkle some of that in there. Maybe like along the edges here. And then as we get up, it gets something like that. Gradients are hard to do in Minecraft, or at least for me, but so I don't want to do too many of them here. Something like that. Or maybe the tip should be copper. And then this could actually be like an orangey, like a different color. No, that's not good. Maybe like that. We'll just go simple dark. Maybe in this painting we'll use it as a light. Something like that. And then this one can also be... But yeah, I've just always liked drawing rubble and rundown places. I just think they're fun to draw. You get to really play with shape. I think that's another thing, right? Because there's no, like... It's sort of like if you take a pile of rocks and you drop them, right? Whoop, I just bumped my mic. If you take a pile of rocks and you drop them, like, there is no right way that they fall, right? There's some predictable patterns, but if you're the one drawing that, you have so much choice in playing with the shapes and the patterns that they make, right? Do you have a cluster over here, a big cluster here, and some small clusters around it? Maybe you have a big cluster over here and some small ones over here. right? Like, there's lots of ways to do it, and there's no right or wrong way, and so you get to play with shape design, you get to play with composition a lot more, and I think that's the stuff that can be really important. And so the more opportunities to play with composition and shapes and all that, like, that's one of the reasons why I think when drawing portraits, having such a strong lighting is so good, is because then you can play with those shapes. You have more areas to simplify. Not everything is a perfectly smooth gradient. You have these nice edges that create these sort of, a slight tilt in the face can totally change the where the shadow falls. And so you can suddenly start simplifying that edge, or you can make it very particular. And it gives you a lot of room to play around with and have, interesting parts. So yeah, that's maybe some spruce trees in here. I know this biome is not spruce in our Minecraft world, but that's okay. We don't need it to actually be. We can build custom stuff if we need it. I don't think we're probably gonna make it just like this. This is just more for fun. But it is fun to think about, like, what's at the bottom here? Are there trees? I don't know. Although I'm not super sold yet. I'm just making everything dark down here. So let's add in some green. Can't go wrong with some good old Minecraft green. And actually, maybe there's like, I don't think we want to go mossy, but we could go. I mean, we could down at the bottom, and then down here. This is where that I was talking about, like skulk, or having this green, other color of green. And that's gonna be the entrance. So we have rocks down here, but then we have this other green stuff, maybe some vines. And I don't know how far we want to go outward, but we could maybe go outward, like a little bit of something like that, where you kind of have these like radiating lines that sort of go outward from the thing, almost like spreading outward. And again, this is kind of the block palette, so we'd have some of these darker blue, saturated blue colors, like this kind of. Especially along these dark entrances to kind of make it like it feel like there's this hole in the place. Maybe around here some, just around the base and like in the cracks. So maybe we'd have like a 1 block wide crack that goes along, and then we'd cover it with like other stuff. I don't know. That could kind of work. So yeah, there is I think the thing for today. And I will try to keep people updated on, like, progress as we build on this, if we do. I say if. I'm pretty sure we will, but I don't know how fast it'll be. We're kind of not very we're kind of lazy players. You saw a Fang Zoo tutorial in drawing and said that different subject matters can have different skill levels on how easy it is to draw. Totally. Like a man-made car compared to some tree roots. Totally agree. Yeah. Also, Fang Zoo's great. Oh, let's save this as a different file. Also, why is it 6? It should be 8. 866. Hopefully it'll let me save. Let me read the rest of this comment. You saw a Feng Zhu tutorial on drawing, and he said that different subject matters can have different skill levels of how easy it is to draw. Like a man-made car compared to some tree roots, the tree roots are way more organic and asymmetrical, giving it, in his words, higher degree. Oh, higher. Wait. In his words, a higher margin of error compared to the very precise. Yeah, exactly. Man-made stuff, and will ruin the whole thing. Whereas with the roots, it's more forgiving to draw. That's yeah, totally. Yeah, almost no chance of error. Yeah, my point with the rubble was exactly that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I think it does. I was only nitpicking because I think error when you're talking about designing something from scratch, like I think oftentimes people refer to that like if you're trying to draw a face and you get it wrong, that would be error, right? Or if you're drawing a rock from an image and you're getting it, like even in that, yes, you can get the rock wrong, or you can draw the cat slightly wrong, and it's still gonna look like a cat to us. But if you draw the human wrong, it might look like a human, but it's not gonna look like the human you wanted it to look like, right? So yeah, we're way more sensitive to that stuff. So yeah, but also I just think there's more variance in a lot of organic stuff, right? Because you don't like it's just kind of out there in nature getting beaten by the wind, and it's sort of things are flopping around, and different shapes and different species of grasses all mixing together, and like humans still need a head, two arms, and two legs, and pretty much they need those things. And they need the right stuff in the right spots. A lot of things, there's such variety in nature. When you're going cross species from plant to plant, that like does it matter if it's a tulip or a dandelion? Well, probably not. And if it doesn't, then you have a lot of variety. And even if it does, we don't recognize that specificity in a dandelion or a tulip, right? Like we can't recognize one tulip from the next, right? We can recognize a human from the next. And so yeah, I don't even know if error is the right word, but yeah, there's a margin of like consistency and accuracy to know what the thing is and to recognize it. If you break that margin of error, our brains are gonna say, "Whoa, hold up! Like that's a weird looking human. Their eye is too big, or their eye is offset is in the center and it shouldn't be." Right? We don't think about that. Yeah, yeah. I think error. I mean, I don't know. It's a fine word, I guess. I think as long as people know what we're talking about, and if we're talking about designing something, but really, it's just like how much does it take to pull you out of it, right? I mean, this happens a lot in storytelling too, right? And art is a form of storytelling, of course, where like how much absurdity or incorrect information will it take to pull you out of a story, right? For some people, if someone said like, you know, um, I was walking and the building was falling and so I casually picked it back up, and you'd be like, "What? Like people can't do that." Like we know that people can't casually pick up a building because people aren't as strong. Like, that would be immersion breaking unless it was a fantasy story, right? And I think you can get away with more, right? Um I think you can get away with a lot more before it becomes like immersion breaking with natural things, right? If we're talking about like how long a cat can run, we probably don't really know. And if you said a cat ran for an hour before it got tired, we might be like, okay, but maybe that's way too long. We don't really know because we're not that as familiar. If you said a human ran for 25 days straight, you'd be like, "Ah, that's stupid. That doesn't check out, right?" We know exactly how long humans can run, and it sure as heck isn't 25, Whoa. My my Holy crap, sorry. My mic arm just fell. Hold on, let me mute myself and put it back on. That was if that was really loud, I apologize. Hold on. Let me mute myself. Sorry. Well, okay. I'm back. That was dumb. Okay. Some will say that nothing in art is error. Yeah, I mean, that's a different thing. That to me is like, if you have I think from the yeah, that's just from a different perspective, right? Once you are the artist and you have a goal, there absolutely is error, right? If you say my goal is to paint a dog and I want to communicate dog to a viewer and no viewer can understand that you were trying to communicate dog, you have failed, right? You failed to communicate dog and you have not achieved your goal. You set out to do something, you didn't do it. That's a failure. That's an error, right? Clearly you didn't achieve your goal. But to say that there's no rules, well, sure, you can make your goal anything. Right? That's the idea of art is subjective. You can set any goal you want for yourself. If you want to confuse your viewer, go for it. If you want to just paint random stuff and have no goal at all, do that, right? You don't need a goal. Your goal can be no goal, right? You can paint any subject matter, any message, anything. There are no rules. Do whatever. But once you start painting and once you decide what you want to do, you absolutely can fail, right? You can fail. It can be bad. It can be wrong. You can do all those things. There can be objectivity, right? Once you set out to do something, you can either achieve it or you cannot achieve it, or you can achieve varying degrees of it, right? Like, it always felt like that was like somebody, philosophically, there is no, purpose to art, or like there doesn't have to be. And like, yes, that's all true. But to then apply that to other people who have goals and be like, oh, it's good anyway. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to draw human anatomy. There's no right or wrong in art. It's like, I think they've missed the mark. Like, no, there is right and wrong. If you set out to draw an accurate human and it's not accurate, you then didn't do it accurately. Like, objective, now maybe you didn't set out to do that. Maybe you didn't want it to be accurate. Maybe you wanted to stylize it or push it one way, or maybe you just didn't care at all and it didn't matter, and that's fine too. So like, in that sense, there isn't a goal, but the artist sets the goal for themselves. The viewer will have their own assumptions about what those goals are. They probably won't line up, but maybe they will. So yeah, I don't know. That I've always been annoyed by a lot of those conversations because they oftentimes are very not well thought out, for lack of a better word. I mean, I think it can be reassuring to tell someone like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Like, this will work. Do whatever you want." But for the student who is trying to learn and says, "Hey, can I get advice?" It's like, no advice needed. Your art's perfect. That's not helpful. That's actually unhelpful, right? I think if you tell someone who is genuinely trying to look for answers that, oh, it's perfect the way it is. No, screw you. You can always find things to improve on and question what I mean, and even in art where the person didn't know what they were trying to do, to where it really doesn't matter, like, the questions can be along the lines of like, well, what could you have wanted to do that would have, what could have you added as a goal to this story to, instead of just being a pretty picture, which again is a fine goal, but maybe you could have added a story, and then the story matters, right? Maybe it doesn't matter now because you didn't think about story and you didn't care about it and it wasn't important, but maybe it could have been important. Maybe you could have added story. Maybe you could have added some realism. Maybe you could have added some absurdity and broken expectations in different ways. But if you didn't think about it, then of course it doesn't matter that you didn't do it, but like, maybe it could have mattered, and maybe that's a good thing. Things mattering to me makes it mean more, right? Like, if I don't care about my art, I'll just throw stuff at a wall and be like, oh, there it is. Like, that doesn't matter, and it's perfectly fine that way. But once I start caring about it and I want it away, or I want to explore something, or I want to get an experience out of it, or I want to communicate, or anything, right? Once I set goals, things start mattering, and I like that. I think art can matter, and it should matter to some degree. I don't know. if you want it to, I guess. Basically, you do you, but also you can always improve. So, yeah. Oh, I don't like that I can't save my painting right now. It bugs me. Goal is the right word. Everyone can have different ones, but it all depends on the artist. Yeah. And this is where the big disconnect between like the viewer and the artist comes into play. I mean, I think it's most apparent in movies, but it obviously is the same for art. It's just, I think, slightly more subtle because art is more it's doing less things, right? It's functioning on less axes, right? You don't have like sound in a single image. You don't have multiple images moving, right? So you just have a lot less to work with in a still image. But the there's always an assumption of like, you know, genre or mood. Like there's always some expectation, and you assume that the artist tried to do something, and then you judge that thing based on what your assumptions are. So like if I go into a horror movie, I might be expecting it to be scary. I might expecting the story to have continuity, right? I might expect to be immersed in the story. And yet if the actors are flubbing their words and I'm being pulled out of the story, I'm going to assume that's bad, right? Because I had an expectation and you're not meeting it, right? If the movie was not scary at all and in fact it was funny, I don't think that's a very good horror movie, right? Like, I wanted to be scared. I went to go see a horror movie, and this movie is funny, it's immersion breaking, there's plot holes everywhere, and nothing about it gave me the idea that that was intended, right? If I don't think any of those were intentional, that to me feels like a bad movie, right? But maybe the artist or the director intended every single one of those things, right? Maybe they intended for me to be confused about the genre. Maybe they intended for the actors to be wonky. But, like, I don't know that. And so I'm going to say that I thought it sucked, and they're going to say they nailed it. And, like, maybe they did. And that's, you know. So that's where I think there's always an assumption between, like, a viewer and artist. And you know, I think if communication is your goal, which a lot of things are, that's very obvious. Like, all you have to do is state what you think it was about, and if you're wrong, then that's a sign that the communicator failed, because they clearly didn't reach the audience. If you were the audience, that is. You know, if the intended audience watches a thing and doesn't know what it is, it was an artistic choice, a commonly used phrase in art schools by students depending on their choices. That's a choice, yeah. And that's where I think if you're the one getting a critique, you should state what your intention was, right? That way the critiquer can then say how they took it. And if there's a mismatch, you're then both on the same page that not only did the viewer not understand, they also knew that it didn't line up with the director's choice or the artist's choice. And, like, there's a disconnect. And that's something that the artist needs to decide if that's a, you know, if that's a direction or thing they want to fix. And I think it should be. If they had a goal and the goal wasn't achieved, then they should want to bridge those two outcomes, right? So to me, that to me is like how people should pretty much get critiques. That's how I get a critique, right? If someone says something about my painting, I immediately think, did I intend that? Right? If someone says, I love how vibrant the colors are, and I'm like, I was trying to paint with gray, you know? I'm like, wait, why are they vibrant? That's not right, you know? Like, maybe I didn't want them vibrant. Maybe I wanted a dull gray palette. And if you're commenting on how vibrant things are, like, I've missed my mark. And so I will constantly basically, whenever anyone says stuff about my art, my immediate response is that, did I intend it? You know, if someone says, oh, there's a face in the mountains, did I intend for there to be a face in the mountains? And if I didn't, is it okay that there's a face in the mountains? Does it break my story? Does it break the idea or whatever? Maybe, and maybe not. You know, it kind of that's where it's up to me, I guess, to decide. But yeah, it's a tricky one. I think people, and most people don't think that deeply about stuff, about movies or entertainment, and I don't think they need to. But it always does bug me a little bit when there's this, like, obvious, not misunderstanding, but there's this obvious lack of awareness between that. Those are two different goals, right? Really liking how this piece is looking. Thanks, Skittle. Also, thank you for the follow. Kind of reminds me of Dracula's castle in Castlevania. Thanks. Yeah, Skittle, this is it's gonna be a Minecraft build. Or kind of is already. Not really, kinda, sorta. It's based on this sketch by Kath. And we're building this together so far. This is what we have. This is actually the thing we've built. Obviously, it doesn't look like that, but we're going to, texture, shape, do stuff to it, change it, make it, add extra little floaty bits, do things. So this is what it currently is. We've started to add this break in here, and yeah. So basically, I'm building out this vision a little bit and just playing around with it. I'll flip it so it's more continuity. And so it's sort of functioning as like an illustration and also concept art. Yeah. Yeah, it's a mix between Minecraft concept art and a Minecraft illustration, because like this is the real concept art, but also I'm combining the texture. So I'm basically just adding texture to the idea that was already there. These are the block palettes for the tower. This is some of the stuff around the grays, or the broken bits. So yeah, I think it's a fun idea. I don't know how cool it is to like viewers who don't play Minecraft and don't give a crap about it, but it's fun for me, and it's sort of like a somewhat practical design type thing where you're trying to, and also it's just fun to add story. Like we were talking about, the entrance to this tower, and of course it wasn't in the sketch, right? We don't know how you get into the tower, but we were talking about like, well, what if there was this was a witch's tower and they were brewing up some concoction of a potion and it exploded, and then this explosion caused like a magic to like start, eating away at stuff, and almost like an acid sort of, or a growth or something, right? And so like instead of having a door, which we could have had a door at the bottom of the tower, we're just gonna put a giant hole in the ground and like have these vines and stuff come out, and like that's kind of neat, like that's a choice that we're making. And I think that sort of story thing is next to the Minecraft stream. No, I'll share images of it and stuff, maybe at updates, or at least, I mean, again, this is the current update. This is what it looks like. It's just kind of this big dominating thing in the environment, a little bit out of place, but it is massive, and it's gonna be it's fun though. Certainly the biggest thing I've ever built in Minecraft. I'm not like an amazing builder or anything. If I already have a block palette by someone and some like basic design stuff, I could do a pretty good job of like imitating and like using their styles. Or not their style, that's not the right word, but like using the subject matter and sort of some of their solutions to that subject matter. I'm pretty good at that. But to take like own stuff and design it and build it is a little bit, I haven't done a lot of that. It's also just a lot of work, and like I have a lot of art I could be working on. Wait, this isn't right. Wait, hold on. No, this is right. We go like this. I was trying to think, why is this coming up like that? Shouldn't it be... But no, that's right. This would go here, and it broke. And so instead of popping out up here, it's popping out up here, I guess. I don't know if I like this or if I wanted extra bands. I mean, extra bands here might look nice. You're loving the green and teal? Yeah, I think it's a nice color palette. Yeah, I have a hunch these things for me are the toughest to add because I don't know how to actually build them in the game. Because like I want them to be at a certain distance, but also I want it to be practical and like I want it to end at a certain spot. So like maybe here's the entrance, or maybe this one meets at like a certain spot, like up here at this platform on the other side. And so like how do you line it up to make these things have the right angle? And just it's very tough. I don't quite know how to do it because when you're dealing with like set blocks, right, you don't have any angle to work with. It's a little harder. I know there's tricks and stuff to it, and there's ways to get around that, but I'm not very good at that stuff. Using like quarter blocks. I think technically you can go up like a 16th of a block in Minecraft, but you have to be really clever and not every material can do that. But I think if you're using like basic wood structures, you typically can make it look like that, which this might end up being wood, so it probably would. This piece is amazing, Joe. It's amazing. Thanks. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, I appreciate that you like the green and teal colors throughout the whole piece. I think that's the main goal, I think, was to have this like accent color. And there's a bit of that a story with like this greenish magical teal color kind of. The rest of the stuff down here will probably be a little bit more just like actual green, which might look funny in this painting, but I think if we do enough blending of the environment and add enough gray blocks to it, we can make it look pretty good. Will I render? No, I'm not going to render the forest in the background. Because it's based on this, and you really can't see the forest. I mean, there's a mountain back here, so I might add some mountain shapes. You can't really see it, but if you're on the other side, you can see the mountain. And my render distance isn't very high in this game, so you can't see very far. But there are mountains back here, and there's like a hill, so maybe I'll put some indication. But really, the forest is just these little like birch and oak trees, which are not very appealing. So I don't know, maybe I'll add some like spruce trees to make them more sticking up and like spiky in the distance. So I might add some. I mean, this is kind of more of an illustration, right? This isn't so much of like. This is why I'm keep calling it like a mix between it. It's like bad concept art because how far do I want? Like, what's the angle here? If I'm actually at ground level, that's not what it's gonna look like. Also, the perspective's weird here. Probably should fix that, actually. I don't know how that happened, actually. That's just weird. Maybe this is what happened. I don't know. It feels like there's a weird tilt here, right? Am I crazy to think that? Okay, we've got to do... I'm going to do some smudging. Some tilting. This can be a little more tilty. But yeah, I think the green back here can just be pretty basic. Maybe we do get some mountain shapes off in the distance. Very subtle. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to do much rendering. It's going to stay pretty simple. I'm actually really not sure about what to do down here. Could put like a tree up in the foreground. But that's the... yeah, I don't know. I think this will work. Yeah, it's got some forest stuff. Yeah, I guess it would change. Well, I don't really care too much about having a perfect focal point in this image. Again, it's not really a thing that I think matters too much. Like, again, because it's gonna be for like, it's for practical purposes, right? Like, it's sort of like a potential guide for us or for me to be like, okay, well, how do I want to use, what color's the roof? Oh, I've already decided it's this color. Where am I gonna put all these little vine things and these teal colors? Oh, well, right around the edges right here. And so there's sort of like it's sort of just like a little bit of a blueprint to follow. So, maybe the focal point in this particular image isn't perfect, but that's okay, because that's not the entire goal. But I do think this is pretty okay. Although I am kind of curious, what happens if I take like an overlay in like a brighter color, and I just go in here and make this a nice blue sky. And then down here, maybe it's like the sunset. It's just darker down below. Maybe a little bit. See, I think that's nice. I think that's actually probably better. Maybe the color palette isn't as good. Trying to lighten it up. Yeah, I'm trying to... yeah, there's a bit of a gradient going on. That's something that we wanted. Do we want something like that? I don't think so. I mean, we could. That looks pretty nice, actually. I mean, that's very blue. I don't think we're gonna quite get that color, but it's not bad. I don't know, that's kind of fun. Now the question is, do we want lights, like in here? When you look at this thing from like at nighttime, right? What color of lights would be good in here? I mean, I'm thinking like a greenish, because there's these new things in Minecraft, like green copper lights. I feel like we could put some up here. Maybe get like a little bit of a green glow in here. Or maybe like up here on the walls. Although I don't really want it to compete with this stuff. But this stuff's not going to be glowing, right? Like, this isn't glowy. So there's no light there. So it's kind of a weird thing where, like, at night, these might light up and you'd see these more. But I think that works. Maybe some light up here. But yeah, I think overall I'm really happy with this. It's been fun. It's sort of just a fun, chill project. It's, you know, not a lot of design work had to be done. Reminds me of a tower in Lord of the Rings where Sauron is located and made his orcs destroy the surrounding forest to create his dark swamp. Yeah, a little bit. And I do know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it is. I mean, this isn't like a... Yeah, it's not a super original, like, you know, design. It's, you know, we kind of... Or, I should say Kath, because she's the one who did the original sketch. None of my design work. You know, gathered references from Pinterest and kind of mishmashed them together. And so, you know, it's the overall, like, design of, like, little floating, you know, offshoots of this tower isn't super unique. But it's fun, and we're kind of making it our own. But I like the idea of, like, broken stuff. You know, broken ramparts, some floaty rocks. You know, maybe down here we have a bit of a tower fallen on the ground or something, and you have, like, some silhouette sticking up. And because they're brighter, maybe they stick out a little more in the ground. Because, like, normally the base would be dark, right? But not here, because these have fallen. And so we've created a story, kind of, by, like, saying this is the bright material. And what if the bright material is also seen down here? Wouldn't that imply that it's fallen? And so you have this dark material down below. It's also a little bit... I think this is a little bit warm. I also think, like, here we can do some really fun like patterns of sort of like building up these things so that they're not all perfect. It's a little bit like rocky. Yeah, anyway, I think it's a good spot to call it for today. I had fun. Hopefully you guys did too. And also for everybody who recommended color redeems and stuff. Did I get to all of them? I think I did. Maybe I might have missed one actually. Uh-oh, did I miss a... No, I don't think I did. I think I got them all. But yeah, for anybody who redeemed a color palette challenge, I will add those to the sketch or to the thumbnails next week or next Thursday, which is my next stream, and then we will vote on those in addition to the ones that I make that day. Because today I obviously didn't do the voting, so there was no option for those to be the painting that we worked on, which was a little unfair for people who redeemed stuff. So yeah. Yeah, this'll work for now. Some of the sight lines are weird, but that's okay. They're not the same as in the game, so it's all just for show. Let's go like that. Okay. Anyway, thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it. We are gonna find somebody to raid. I wonder if Casey Snow's on. I know she was at TwitchCon. I wonder how that went. Hopefully that went well for her. We can go see what they're up to. I don't know if she's actually on or not. Was amazingly chill and cozy. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you found it chill and cozy. That is everything I could wish for, I think, on Twitch art, pretty much. Although I have been thinking about, like, other ways to do Twitch, but making things more exciting. But I don't think I need to. I didn't need to do it for this stream anyway. Okay. Casey is on. Let's go raid Casey. Ooh, IRL. Wait, is she actually at... Oh, she's at the San Diego Zoo. Oh. She's doing an IRL stream. Oh, okay. That's kind of fun. We can go over there. I don't know. Yeah. Rowan the Roo, thanks for being here. Alright, let's go raid Casey. So yeah, Casey is doing an IRL stream at the San Diego Zoo after Twitch, what do you call it? TwitchCon. She went to TwitchCon, now she's at the zoo. That'll be fun. Alright, let's go say hi. See y'all, thanks for being here. I guess my outro, which I forgot to do, especially for YouTube, I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, Saturdays. Next stream will be Saturday. Also what if we raid Hawaii? Oh, we're already raiding Casey. Oh yes, we have a sketch exchange event coming up next Saturday, which is going to be basically like a Halloween themed thing. So if you want to have like a Halloween themed sketch prompt idea in your mind, then that'll be your sign up. That's your sign up fee, is to have a sketch prompt. Then we shuffle names, and you will draw someone else's sketch prompt. Someone will draw yours, and it's kind of like a sketch exchange. It's fun. Everyone's welcome. That'll be on Saturday, but next stream will be Thursday, so I'll talk about it more then. And yeah, let's go to Casey. So there's the raid call. And of course, you can support me on Patreon and all the other places. I'm everywhere. JStiller30, same name. But yeah, see ya. And for the first time ever, I ended YouTube after Twitch. Okay, let me